Well, now I have to be here. Thanks, Vex. Hello. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, and I'm so glad you're all here. Where'd my glasses go? It's this one. Yeah, there we go. Let's get myself dressed up. For today. Hello. Let me go back here a moment. And let me get in my hellos for the day. Hello, Seriabot. Hello, me. Hello, Pixel Sakura, and welcome in, Raiders. This is, I think, the earliest I have been raided in a stream. So hello, Pixel Sakura. Hello, Chufan. Always good to have you here, Chufan. And of course, hello, Vex. How can we ever forget Vex? And thank you, Vex, so much for the 5 gifted subs. Pixel, Pongi, Chufan, Koran, and Proust. Thank you. Please send your thanks to Vex and Cat. Mango Tarty. Hello. Nando. Hello. Good to see you. Space Circus. Good afternoon. And Koran. It is so good to see you. I didn't think you'd make it, Koran. I am calling Koran a bit of a guest of honor here today because today's lecture stream is dedicated to him. Kairu! Oh my goodness. Why is that alert not working? I'm going to go fiddle with that. That alert should have a sound with it. I am mad. Thank you for the 100 bits, Kairu. Thank you very, very much. That is incredibly kind of you. I gotta go over to my dashboard and see what is up with that. Wonderful start to the stream, going through, and I thought that alert was broken for no good reason. But let's see, where is it? Cheering up any amounts? Oh, that's because I disabled the one that had sound on it. And nope, that's too long. Okay, there we go. Now we should be fine. I was going to go crazy. Sorry, I forgot. I got totally derailed by noticing that an alert was not working the way I wanted it to. But yes. Thank you so much for the hype train. And so as I've mentioned, Koran is a bit of a guest of honor here today. This lecture, I'm doing a lecture on Machiavelli, the famous Italian philosopher. And this is partially payment because Mr. Crow, Koran the Coffee Crow, let me give him the shout out. I'll probably give you another shout out later. Shout out Koran the Coffee Crow. Nope, spelled shout out wrong. Great sign. Koran the Coffee Crow. Koran is He helped me a lot with my audio. My audio sounds much worse if you go back more than a month or two. You'll hear me sound much worse, and it's because I don't know how to do equalizers. I'm a moron on these things. My hearing is actually quite terrible. I'm fairly hard of hearing, and so I could not tell. And Koran looked at my filters and reacted with intense pain, as was just and right, and spent several hours helping me. Yeah, geriatric and deaf as a post. It's true. Koran spent several hours helping me with something that had been driving me nuts the entire time I've been streaming. It was something I'd been frustrated my entire time as a streamer, was do I sound terrible to other people? But Koran helped me a lot. So if I sound nice and I don't sound like a bale of cotton inside a rock tumbler, that's Koran. That's Koran's work. And so, hello, Cece. Welcome in, Cece, our resident bot killer. And yes. And yeah, so Corin helped me with that. And normally, so first of all, I pay my debts. I pay my debts. This is not in question. I pay my debts. And Corin is very hard, is very, very distant from me. I would normally repay a nice favor like this with cookies. That is my normal method. Normally, I repay nice favors like that with cookies. But Corin, if I ship inside the United States, I can ship a pound of cookies for about $10. For Corin, where he is living, it was $50. So instead, I did something much harder. Instead, I felt too, very old man moment here. I felt too frustrated with how much I felt too frustrated with how much that would cost. Just the waste of money. Just the waste of money was infuriating to me. So instead, I did something much harder and wrote a lecture on a topic that I'm not actually the most familiar with. I gave Corin I told Corin that he gets to choose a history topic, and he chose the Italian Renaissance. So I went with talking about Machiavelli. Who big emote. Big emote. So Machiavelli is something I know a moderate amount about, but not an enormous amount about. And so so that's what I'm doing today. And I hope this is interesting to you, as it was to me. I actually had a wonderful time. I read some very good books. I read some very, very good books while I was out and about working on this topic, and you're right, Mango Tarty. Yeah, I made the great choice to, instead of spending $50 and 20 minutes shipping, 20 minutes cooking, 30 minutes cooking, I instead I read like 5 books and wrote a multi-hour PowerPoint. Hello, Master Thief 56. Hello. I don't think so. I don't think I'm Jack Horner. I feel like I'm missing a joke here. I feel disarmed. Gotta Google some things. Oh yes, I do remember this one. I was wondering if I was missing something here. No, I'm not. Thank you. My model artist did a wonderful job. That would be Sensational. Sensational did a wonderful job. And you know what? My model artist did a wonderful job, and I'm very happy with the job Charlotte did on rigging it. Rigging seems very, very hard, and I'm very glad that I didn't do it myself. Yeah. I can do that. You can see the watch right here. The watch, just a simple little watch. Just a simple little watch on these big ol' ham hands. I got big hands. Big ol' hands, the better to hug you with. The better to hold you with. I like the detail of the jacket buttons, but just some nice, elegant, simple, incredibly shiny shoes with the laces tucked in. And of course, shoes, matching belt, class act as ever, from the absolute wonderful Sensational. And hello, Huggatree. Good to see you again. Huggatree. Always good to have you here. But yes. No, I'm very happy with what my artists have done, and I've credited them in my about page. Thank you, Master Thief. That's very kind of you to say. It's very kind of you to say. I was just going to say that speaking of dapper intellectuals, I feel the need to, since I've given one shout out already, I've been trying to be better about giving more shout outs. I used to be pretty good about it, but I feel like I could be even better about it. So I'm going to shout out an even more dapper, even more intellectual person. The lovely Vexing Cat, who gifted us 5 subs earlier. She's quite a bit more clever than I am, if we're being honest. Quite a bit more of an intellectual than I am. I just like history. I just like history and sociology, and I like sharing facts about the world. I like showing what the world is like, what it has been like, and what it could be like, where we've been and where we're going. I think she's got the keener mind of us, of the people, between the two of us. So give her a follow. Give her a follow if you like a calm, intellectual stream. Yeah, too bad, Vex. You're getting supported. You nerd. We have fun here. She's great. She's great. I'm not, but yes, I know that it is early for Koran, and I'm very grateful for you to showing up early. I kind of feel like getting a move on. And getting into the history quickly. Not sure why. I guess I'll have some more time for yapping at the end of stream. But let's go over to the live and make sure the window capture is working correctly for once. Ooh. Nice. That went smooth. But let me find where the heck the dang thing is. Window grab and bring it up a little bit, and let's get me in a more normal position. This feels like about the right size. Well, it's my party. So, hello Lowen. You got here just in time. I'm just about to start. I am just about to start. Lowen is also a very, very smart cookie. She does a lot of yeah, I noticed and gave you the shout out. That's I didn't notice, so I gave you the shout out. That's how this works. Lowen is a very bright young woman who does a lot of puzzle streaming. Her streams are very puzzle focused. They're very calming. I've taken some inspiration from her at points during my streaming. Imitated, stolen, I think is the word. Is that the polite word? Stolen? I stole some of your content. I think that's the word. I think that's the polite way to say that. And Renra, thank you for the follow. Hello, Gringotts Underwriter. Hello. Always wonderful to have you here, Gringotts. Okay. Chufan, have a good rest. You prefer steamed yourself? Fair enough. But yeah, stealed rather than stole, stealed. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. Forgot to launch Chatterino so that there we go, Chatterino. Thank you, Chatterino. So Machiavelli. Let's talk a little bit about this. So first of all, this is dedicated, as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, this is dedicated to Koran. This is dedicated to Koran the Coffee Crow as payment for his assistance with microphone problems. Actually, there's an issue. Something's bugging me here. No, that's fine. That is fine. Yep, that's fine. Okay, okay. My OBS preview looks weird. My OBS preview is looking weird. So I was like, oh no, is there something scuffed happening here? No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So again, I pay my debts. I do not welch. If people do me favors, I will do something back for them. I will do something back for you if I can, to the maximum extent I can. And Koran helped me a lot with something that was bothering me for a very long time. So I made this. I asked him what he wanted, and I asked him if he would like me to make a slideshow on anything, and he said Renaissance history. So I am going to be talking about Machiavelli and his place in context. I'm going to talk about what was going on in Renaissance Italy going into Machiavelli's life. I'm going to talk about Machiavelli as a person and what his work was like and what was going on with that. I'm going to talk about how he affected ethics and political science, because he is arguably the most important ethical philosopher of them all. There's a real argument that Machiavelli is the most important ethical philosopher. I don't know how many people would sustain that. I can see a good argument being made for Aristotle, but it's pretty hard to deny that he had a radical and incredible reshaping on ethics as a concept in all of Western society, in all of Western civilization. And then what did he do to political science? Where there's a reasonable argument to be made that Machiavelli is the most important single philosopher and political scientist ever. I can see an argument being made that he's not as important as Aristotle. But that aside, it is hard to come up with a person who had a more profound influence on political science than Machiavelli. Love him or hate him. And people tend to hate him, if we're being completely real with this. If we are being completely real with this. So, and just because this is the assumption I've been making going into this, I've been assuming that everybody here knows what the word Machiavellian means. Machiavellian is, for those of you who are ESL, is a bit of a long English word, or for people who just might not be familiar. I shouldn't assume that all native English speakers know this word. It's a fairly common word, but not the most common. Yeah, I popped. They hate him because they hate him. Mara, it's okay. It's okay, Mara. It's okay, Mara. It is okay, Mara. I did save the VOD. The VOD was recorded on my end. It's still on it's still on Twitch, and you can view it. Yeah, a lot of older scholars are hateable for a good amount of reasons. It's extremely fair, Lowen. But yes, in English, we use the word Machiavellian to refer to people who treat others as tools. That to be Machiavellian is to lie and manipulate other people, to lie to and manipulate other people for your own gain to their expense. You know, Machiavellianism is when you, we got the coat toggle. Coat's gone. Coat is gone. That to be Machiavellian is to kind of be a sociopath. And when we talk about sociopathy as a personality disorder, we include that. To be criminally Italian, you're correct, Manharat. You're correct, Manharat. And also, hello, welcome in, Manharat. Welcome in. It's not a good term. It's not good to describe somebody as Machiavellian. And yeah, when we're diagnosing people with sociopathy, Machiavellianism or Machiavellianism is one of the measures, one of the traits. How much Machiavellianism does a person have in psychology? I'm not Horatius the dwarf, so I can't talk too deeply about it, but if you take cool open psychometrics tests, you can be tested on how Machiavellian you are. I'm not particularly. Most people are neither 0 nor 100%, and sociopaths are distinguished by having very high degrees of Machiavellianism. So what the hell did this guy do that we named the entire... Sounds the same as in French, Machiavellique. Okay, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Or is it Machiavellique? I shouldn't pretend like I speak any French. Machiavellique. And also hello, Cece. What did this guy do? What did he do that we defined an entire major problem with a whole ass person after this guy? In Portuguese is the same as well. Okay, yeah, so it's not... I imagine that in Italian it is because Machiavelli is Italian. He is not English at all. And so I imagine it's the same in Italian. So it's French, Italian, Portuguese. I would be surprised if it skipped over Spanish. And I could say southern and southwest and northwest Europe. No idea about the Germans. No idea about the Germans or the Germanics. I actually have no idea what it would be in Japanese. It would be kind of funny if it was just Machiavelli. Like, that would probably be what it would be. But Machiavelli. There we go. That'd be the more Japanesey way to say it. But, so first of all, I am going to impart on you one of the most important lessons. It's okay, Cece. It's okay, Cece. But first, let me impart upon all of you one of the most important lessons in all of history. One of the things that any historian who studies this period for any length of time will tell you. Don't live in Renaissance Italy. If you have a choice about what to do in this world and what to be and what to do and where to be and when to be, avoiding Renaissance Italy is a really good idea. It's a really good rule of thumb to just not be in Renaissance Italy. Really strongly recommend not being in Renaissance Italy. And Renaissance scholars will tell you this. This is the people who I really learned this from. It is a bad time. It is a bad time. And also thank you, Mango Tarty, for checking the German. Yeah, don't live in Renaissance Italy, which is where Machiavelli lived. And that might explain some things, some of the stuff that was going on in Renaissance Italy. But Renaissance Italy, for all of the wonderful art that we got out of Renaissance Italy, for all of the beautiful sculptures, the philosophy, the architecture, the paintings, good lord, the paintings, the scientific innovations, let somebody else do it. You can let Leonardo da Vinci handle it, and you can just be somewhere else. That might be it. I mean, I don't know. I was just guessing. Gringotts, I think you speak about as good of, probably better Japanese than me. So if that's what, does it say that in, you can check Jisho. You can check jisho.org. Yeah, don't live in Renaissance Italy. It's really, really bad as a place to live in. Again, hard to argue with the art they created. They invented modern pizza there. Hard to argue with that. We got a lot of pasta sauces from the later parts of it. Pretty good. Better to not have actually lived there. So so what is going on? What is going on? What is going on? One of those things that you need to remember is that between about 400 AD and 1840 something, I forget, I apologize. Between those eras, for those 14th, oh yes, it is Juneteenth. It is Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, everybody. Happy Juneteenth. Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't even, I'm a jerk. I forgot it was Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth, everyone. Juneteenth is a very important holiday to us Americans. So in, I'm priding myself on knowing history, and I forget the rare holiday I actually got off when I was a working man. Mara, would you mind explaining Juneteenth while I stick with the Machiavelli thing? You can just give a quick little paste for the Europeans about what Juneteenth is about. So, Italy is not unified between 400 ACE and the 19th century. It is a mess in between. And so this is what northern Italy looks like. This is what northern Italy looks like. You can see France over here in blue, the big blue blob going into Savoy, and Austria and the Ottoman Empire. And the Holy Roman Empire will be up here. So we have these big countries, these truly large countries, and they are using northern Italy as their fighting grounds, because despite everything, cities like Genoa and Venice and Florence are some of the most prosperous cities in Europe. Not necessarily prosperous in ways that we would really care about, but they bring in enormous, enormous amounts of money, truly radical amounts of money during this period. And they're incredibly wealthy, and they're also militarily vulnerable. They're actually they're very militarily vulnerable because they have small populations but excellent trade connections. And yes, thank you, Mara. Thank you, Mara. Yes, it is the end of slavery, and it recently became a public holiday in New York. Juneteenth is recently a public holiday in New York. I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted. But yes, so obviously, as mentioned, cities like Venice, Genoa, Florence are outrageously economically successful, and Milan. And then, of course, there is the Papal States. There is the Papal States, and the Papal States are where Rome is. And this being the early modern era, we are still, when the period that we are talking about is still before the Protestant Reformation. The Pope in Rome is still the religious leader of European Christendom. He is still the religious leader of European Christendom, and being able to militarily threaten the Pope in Rome, pretty valuable to have rapid economic, political, and military access to Rome. Pretty much, unless you were Ottoman or Russian, Rome was your religious head, and the religion mattered to these people. It's always worth remembering. Yeah, it's a spicy meatball. Yeah, it is. So they're just doing constant diplomatic balancing, and diplomatic balancing is one of those words that sounds kind of nice, and it absolutely sucks. Diplomatic balancing absolutely sucks. It is a incredibly complicated, every time it happens, it is a complicated dance of doing wars against against people to try to keep anybody from getting too powerful. In particular, in this case, would be France. France was on the cusp of being the hegemon of the region. And if they were the hegemon of the region, it would be the sort of situation like, the United States in the Americas today, where it's kind of hard to talk about the independence of American countries other than the United States. The constant dance, constant gathering of military might. Exactly, IPOP. You are, you are exactly correct on that one. You are exactly correct on that one. And there's a constant diplomatic balancing. It's very violent. Diplomatic balancing is very, very violent. So don't get involved in that kind of situation. I'd recommend against it. And if you are involved in that kind of situation, pray. So, as I was just talking about, this is a form of violent equilibrium. All of the decision-making being made here is built around the context of besieging and assaulting cities. So this is a 1493 illustration of Florence, which is, I am very grateful that I was able to find an illustration specifically from 1493. That is incredible timing from my perspective. Well, and I will say, IPOP, that a thing to know about maps and military campaigning in the past, this is less true now because of mechanization of armies, but because old armies had to march on foot, and because time is supplies. This is the most important thing. Armies eat food. And so the faster an army can march, the further it can operate. And so that means that the ability of an army to do offensive operations is going to be constrained by the roads and riverways. And so you don't actually need to have that detailed of maps to understand these things. You just need to know where all the roads are. But this also means that you can know things with a fairly high degree of certainty. There are certain things you can know with a fairly high degree of certainty. And in particular, this means that delay is defense. This is a good term from the war game, Infinity. Delay is defense. And so the Europeans had spent the previous 700 years or so, 700, 800 years, operating in a context where armies are small and states are weak. The ability of states to produce large armies is weak. Arguably not states at all, but the ability to muster large armies is very weak. And the control over those armies is weak. And these combined with the fact that authority is often devolved. So the authority is devolved, and that means that cities and individual dukes, barons, counts have quite a bit of leverage to resist their overlords and thus make armies smaller. And this impacts the type of fortifications you make. And that's where I'm going with all of this. I'm going to take a moment to talk about fortifications because I'm a huge nerd. And I think people like military history. And again, this is a 1493 illustration. I cannot believe the timing on this for my purposes of the city I care the most about. So this is Florence. And there are a couple of things I want you to note. And the biggest one is, look at these walls. These walls are obviously not designed to be perfectly to scale. But what you can see, and this is something you are probably familiar with from watching fantasy films or reenactments, or if you are in Europe visiting castles, it's something you've probably seen. That these walls are almost straight 90 degrees out of the ground. They are relatively thin and very high. Relatively thin and relatively high. And so why do you make walls like that? And the reason why you make walls like that is so that people is to defend against a specific type of attack called escalade. It's to defend against escalade. That is the biggest threat that this wall is designed to defend against, is escalade, which if you've seen Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, when they are at the assault on Helm's Deep, when they're running up and putting those ladders up against the wall, that's an escalade. That is an escalade, is to go up to the walls and put ladders and go up the ladders and try to take the walls by force of arms with your infantry. That is an escalade. And in medieval Europe, that is the preferred method of siegecraft, if at all possible. Escalades are high risk, high reward. They have a pretty high failure rates because medieval castles are designed to defend against them. Medieval castles are very much designed to defend against escalades, and so are medieval cities, which are generally much stronger than castles. A medieval city is much harder to take than a medieval castle because they're much bigger. And they're economically independent in a way that a castle is not. Yeah, high risk, high reward sometimes fails. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Well, and so I'm not going to talk about siege towers because I'll be a bit of a I could talk about siege towers. It's a bit of a rabbit hole. The purpose of siege towers is a little bit different, but yeah, you would come with your army and you would run up and you would place your ladders against the wall and you'd climb up the wall and you'd try to kill the defenders and then use that to open the gates, and then you were in, and that was an assault. It failed very frequently, but if it succeeded, the siege was over within days, within hours, you know. And otherwise a siege could be weeks to months in Europe. Sieges were rarely longer than months in medieval Europe because of the limitations placed on both armies and the populations involved. If you look at older sieges throughout history, you will find sieges that go much, much longer. You know, one of the big influential Chinese sieges lasts like 4 years. You know, the siege of Przemysl was months and months long during World War I. The siege of Leningrad was interminable. I believe it was over 900 days. Yeah. There are outliers. But medieval sieges don't tend to last super long because the relative primitiveness of supply logistics mean that if you can't pull something off in a couple of months, your army won't be able to hold together. And again, this is a big difference between like ancient Rome and Europe. A Roman or Assyrian or Mongolian army, if they were confronted with Florence, what they would do is they would circumvallate it. They would build walls around their walls, and then they would build what they call a mole. They will build a ramp up to the wall. And these walls are bad at dealing with that. These walls are good against ladders, but not so good against ramps. But medieval armies don't have the kind of manpower and organization to build a siege ramp. Some of the largest medieval armies are going to be about 10,000 men. And that's a half-size army. That's a half of a standard Roman army. Like, 10,000 men is a unusual effort for a medieval kingdom to exert. They're almost never prepared for how to manage an army of that size. Usually armies are a few thousand, sometimes a few hundred. There's a joke in military history that a medieval war is any time 3 guys go out into a field and smack each other with swords, as long as they have a Vaughn in their name somewhere. And so these cities are designed to withstand certain types of threats, right? And all of the decision making, going back one slide, all of the decision making that all of these republics and princedoms and marquises and bishoprics are all making, all of them are making their decisions based on an understanding of how long it takes to besiege another city. So if you are worried about France and you are in Florence, you can do calculations on how much leverage you are going to have against France based on how long you know it's going to take for them to take Savoy and Milan and Montferrat and Genoa. You will know these things in advance because this is 700, 800 years of established military theory that people have been working with. People know how long these things take. So again, we have these high, thin city walls with no slopes to speak of. With no slopes to speak of. You know what those walls are not good at dealing with? Cannons. Thin, high medieval walls, which are an unusual feature of Europe. Other countries don't really do those thin walls. If you, like I said, the Mongolians and the Chinese sieges, they're different. If you look up if you look up Chinese walls from the same period, they're much thicker. They are much, much thicker. And that has to do with the relative labor involved, with the ability of states to organize and force labor to happen. And it also has to do with the types of threats that they're concerned with. It has to do with the types of threats they're concerned with, because that's okay, Lowen. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, thank you for telling me that it's interesting. That's affirming. Sometimes I get worried I'm boring people. But yes, this is so in 1494. Like I said, I am amazed by the timing of finding a 1493 map of Florence. In 1494, Charles VIII invades Italy with the first Christian gunpowder army. And I'm being specific about Christian gunpowder army because the Ottoman Empire has been using, the Ottoman Empire started using them in the 1450s. So the European Christians are lagging the Muslim Christians by about 50 years on this particular type of technology. And this is a quote, a contemporaneous quote. Hello, Ireno. This is a contemporaneous quote from the period. Charles' artillery were planted against the walls of a town with such speed. The space between the shots was so little, and the balls flew so quick, and we impelled with such force, that as much execution was done in a few hours as formerly in Italy in the like number of days. Just checking something quickly. Yeah, this siege times, because the European wall structure, the medieval European wall structure, was uniquely ill-suited to dealing with horizontal, high-speed kinetic energy, because of those. Remember, they're thin and tall. They're thin and tall to be the maximum amount of stopping escalades for the minimum amount of labor done by workers. Yeah, the lack of sloping, lack of filling. The medieval castle walls tend to be just filled with like rock, with just kind of random rocks you put around. A similar period wall from China or the Middle East will be filled with rammed earth. It'll be rammed earth with stone facings on it rather than mostly just stone. So they're not sloped, they are brittle, they are thin. They are good at defending against a certain type of threat. They're good at stopping cavalry, they are good at stopping ladders. They are uniquely, of all of the fortifications that have been made in world history, uniquely vulnerable to cannonballs. And so this is Francisco. I struggle with Italian. Guicciardini, Francisco Guicciardini. This is what he is saying is the time that sieges took for Charles's new army, for Charles VIII's new army. They go through sieges at least 24 times as fast as was previously the case. At least 24 times as fast, which is, hideous. Can't climb, just get a big old ball. There is a pretty famous story that one of the first sieges that Charles executed during this war, and I'm annoyed at myself that I didn't write it down. It was predicted, it was based on previous knowledge, it would take several months. And then when he actually did it, took less than 24 hours. It was instantaneous. Hello, Asaryana. Hello. Yes, Asaryana. I had my debut on Monday. I had my live to do debut on Monday. I hope people like it. I hope people like the funny moving old man. So, up until this point, there had been a complex balancing act between various European powers and these small Italian states. Once France demonstrates... thank you for the follow, Kyuketsuika. Kyuketsuku Ika. There we go. Kyuketsuki Ika. Yes. Hello, Mr. Overheat. And hello, Bahamut FFN. Yeah. And so this is a 60-year period of the Holy Roman Empire, modern Germany, and France fighting wars inside northern Italy. And as mentioned, once people realize that they can execute a siege in days that would previously take weeks or months, all bets are off. All of these little Italian city-states are now intensely vulnerable. And so this means that France and the Holy Roman Empire can use these areas as their punching bags. We also see lots of state consolidation. A lot of these states become a lot bigger, a lot stronger. Those of you who have played Europa Universalis, this is the early period of, this is early game. This is early game Europa. This is when you see Burgundy get eaten by France and stuff like that. And one of the things that I think illustrates that these are functionally world wars, and I just think it's incredibly funny, is that during one of the Italian wars, I believe it's the one that ends in 1559, England loses Calais. Like, what? I've always found this deeply funny, that's one of the consequences of this, is that England's last holding in the continent, which was the city of Calais in northern France, across the straits, across from Dover. Yeah, this is when they lose it. Is they lose a war in Italy. They fight a war in Italy that goes so badly that they lose a chunk of what was basically core English territory. This sucks. don't live here. Don't live here. Don't live here. And it looks like ads are about to start. So I'm going to recommend that everybody takes a moment to stretch and pull themselves together, and enjoy the fan art for a few minutes. I think it's good to use these breaks productively and to feel more comfortable. Why wouldn't you want to feel more comfortable? So I'll see you in a few moments. Welcome back. Welcome back. I always enjoy getting the opportunity to... Excuse me. I always enjoy getting the opportunity to... make you all enjoy my fan art. I love the fan art that people have made of me over these months. it's so good. It's so good. I love the way people draw me. I love the way people feel inspired by me and warmed by me. It's extremely inspiring. It's extremely inspiring. It's always humbling. It's always very humbling. So all of that stuff I was just illustrating was just one part of the big puzzle. The big puzzle of why you should not live in Renaissance Italy. Don't frigging do it. Do not frigging do the Renaissance Italy. Do not. And this is the part that's actually really terrifying. Is that I read this book. Hello, Sir Alm. Yeah. Exactly, Sir Alm. Well, I'm just explaining. I'm not going to be reading a lot of Machiavelli. I could read some Machiavelli. But this is not primarily a reading stream. This is a lecture. Secondary sources. This is one of the books that I read. I actually think this book ruled. I'm going to be completely honest with you. This book was really, really good. It's really well written. It's really well researched. It is. Oh, Mura! Jeez. Thank you, Mura. Yeah, you live here. Yeah, the TLDR, do not live in Renaissance Italy. This book was good. I want to be clear. The living in Renaissance Italy bad. This book is good. Calamities in the economy in Renaissance Italy. It is the kind of book that if you're economically 6 months of tanks, you're in it for the long haul. You're in it for the long haul, Mora. This is the kind of book that does a really good job of illustrating the connections between wars and economic devastation. And we are talking about a period where, like, some of the more terrifying early modern wars happen. The Battle of Pavia left psychological scars on all of Europe. It was so brutal. And despite that, the wars themselves were a relatively minor claimant of lives. Here are from some of the case studies that they did in this. These are primary sources. These are from primary sources. 13th of February, 1527, Parma, Italy. All around the countryside, up to 6 miles from the city, there is no bread, no wine, no hay, no straw, especially where our soldiers were and are billeted, no food reserves, no barrels of wine or other, but everything has been burnt. I'm going to go back a couple slides because I can. So this wonderful illustration here. So this has not happened to Florence. This was in Parma, not in Florence. But one of those things about medieval cities is that you don't put everything inside the walls. You have to make economic decisions about the expense of building a wall versus the economic productivity of the things that you're protecting. And so there would be abbeys and wineries and tanneries and farms. Can't forget about farms and foresters. All of these outside of the walls. All of these would be outside of the walls. And the thing is that those suburbs, because those are suburbs, right? You have the urbs. You have the urbs and the suburbs. Hold on, let me do it the right way. I don't have enough mobility with that. You have the urbs and the suburbs, right? You've got inside the castle wall and then outside the castle wall. You have your urbs and your suburbs. And those suburbs, if you leave them up and you are besieged, those suburbs are now cover for the advancing army. They are cover, they are food, they are wood. They are wood for the construction of siege works, they are food for the seizing of eating, they are cover so that you can build those siege works and advance on the city more easily. That is what those suburbs are if you are a medieval city under siege. So if you think and you know these things, like it's relatively predictable stuff. It's very hard to surprise people like this. If you are about to be besieged in this era, you burn everything. You burn every single frigging thing. You burn the countryside out for miles. And that's considered a worthwhile price to pay for defending your city. That is the damage that is done by a siege before the opposing army even shows up. Just to give you some illustration. Yeah, you've got to scorch that earth. You've got to scorch that earth. Yeah, you got to scorch it. You got to get rid of it. You got to get rid of it. And so that's just that. Here's in Sancerre a series of pretty remarkable quotes from a siege. Sancerre was, up until this siege, a relatively important and valuable city in Italy. 21st of July, episodes of cannibalism come to light. The perpetrators are executed. 17th of August, the one remaining horse in the city is slaughtered for meat. 20th of August, treaty ratifying surrender is signed. More than half of the population had perished. And even with all of this, the real claim of human lives was disease. Disease and famine, pestilence, I should say, pestilence and famine killed more people than war. There was a single disease that killed. The mortality rates that I was seeing for some of the epidemics were stuff like 400. That is 400 per 1,000 people, so 40% of the people per year from some of these epidemics. It is a horrendous time to be alive. It is an absolutely horrendous time to be alive. I, again, extremely strong recommend. Not actually a ton of times in human history that are dramatically worse than being in Renaissance Italy. Excuse me. I had to burp. Okay. Hello, Vedicamo. Hello, Vedicamo. You've come into a history lecture. And I'm having a wonderful time here. Yes, Vedicamo. Yes, I'm on model now. I'm no longer in PNG. I am no longer on PNG. So, who are we talking about? We are talking about the murderous Machiavelli, the war criminals thinking man. I feel like this was a clever joke. I hope nobody else has done it before. There's no way that it hasn't been done before, but I still feel clever. So Machiavelli. Machiavelli in brief. Very, very brief summary of this man. Born 1469, died 1527, so relatively young death. Absolute unit. Fair enough. Maybe he just has a very small head. He was Florentine. He was from Florence. For complicated and obnoxious reasons, he was not a full citizen of Florence, which is, I don't know, that's obnoxious. That's obnoxious. So he loves Florence. Yeah, it's not a bad run for the era. Yeah, especially, I mean, I was just talking about how people, like 40% plus of the people who participated in some of these things died. You know, 40% plus of the people who just like lived in a city would die in a single epidemic. Yes. Yeah, Florence is, I've always heard that Florence is one of the most beautiful cities, and it's understandable why Machiavelli would get this kind of, why he would love his city so much. It's understandable. So he was highly educated. Again, for complicated reasons, not considered a full citizen. I don't understand it. Nobody has bothered to explain it to me. It sounds annoying. It sounds really, really annoying. It sounds like the kind of crap that happens in like a Greek polis, which is not a great sign. If anything is like, if you're doing anything like a Greek polis, that's generally not a good sign. And so he was in charge of the office of, he was given this charge of the office of government documents. He doesn't really appear in the historical record very much until he starts getting government posts. And he has quite a few government posts in his career. He is, for much of his life, a fairly successful bureaucrat. And he was a diplomat. He was a diplomat from Florence to Rome. That's probably the most prestigious diplomatic post he had, but he had half a dozen other diplomatic posts. He was wheeling and dealing like crazy. This man was working overtime to keep Florence from being lit on fire. So what the heck is Florence like politically during this era? So in 1494, we have the Italian Wars. Florence surrenders immediately. I mentioned that before. The Italian Wars started. France had started taking cities in northern Italy in days that was expected to take months, which means that Florence knows that they have no negotiating power whatsoever. They have no negotiating power whatsoever. So the Florence just surrenders instantaneously as soon as the French show up. And the French, one of their terms is that the Medici are exiled from Florence. To back up a little bit here, the Medici were a noble family in Florence that were, strictly speaking, not the princes of the city. In a technical sense, they were not princes. They were, strictly speaking, again, this was a republic. They're strictly speaking part of a republic. They had kind of the same role in there that it's hard to come up with like a good analogy today that won't make somebody mad. I don't really know that there is a really good one. Like what people thought the Bushes were going to turn into for a while. What people thought the Bushes or the Clintons were going to be during the early 2000s, where there were people who thought that every election was going to be a Bush or a Clinton. And those were those two political families who just trade power back and forth. A friend of mine is from a family exiled from Italy for plotting to murder a Medici family member. Well, don't plot to murder the Medicis. The Medicis are outrageously powerful in Florence. They're one of the big, powerful families in all of European history. And so Florence becomes a more formal republic during this era. There's a lot of complications with religious zealotry and I think fraticellism. It's interesting stuff that I'm not going to get into in too much detail here. But in 1498, so 1494, the Medici are kicked out of Florence. 1498, Machiavelli becomes maybe not because of he becomes the second chancellor of the republic. Machiavelli becomes the second chancellor of the republic, and he proceeds to be one of the more important bureaucrats in the city. And in 1512, the Medici return to power and exile Machiavelli. Yes, Minhera, that is true. That is true. I will actually talk a little bit about Dante later. I don't think I prepared slides about it, but thank you for the reminder about Dante. I actually posted the meme about that recently. I was recently posting about that meme on our little Discord because I think it's very funny. I think it's very, very funny. So the Medici return to power and they exile Machiavelli. It is worth noting that their version of this exile is not, they don't exile him totally away. They exile him to just outside the city limits, basically. So he's still around. They have taken, because they don't really want him to be somebody else's guy. That's the thing. It's like they don't want Machiavelli to be their guy because he's really strong. I'm sorry, because they don't know his loyalties. So that's my bad. That's my bad. They don't know Machiavelli's loyalties. They know that Machiavelli was loyal to the government that existed before they came back into power, and they don't know that they can really trust him once they let him, if they give him the same powers again. But also because he's very good, because he has a very good record. He managed to keep Florence from getting actually sacked in his entire tenure, and it nearly happened a lot. A lot of people wanted to sack him. And so they exile him to the countryside of Florence, and so he lives in a sleepy little town, sleepy little village, I guess I should say, outside of Florence, but within not too far from Florence, and becomes a writer. By all accounts, a very depressed and frustrated writer. By all accounts, Machiavelli does not want to be a writer. Machiavelli wants to be on the inside loop. Yeah, so a writer. I wonder if that's why I don't mind writing. I don't identify as a writer, and I tend to be pretty okay with my writings. And he does not want to be a writer. He wants to be inside Florentine politics. He wants to be a mover and shaker in local politics. He wants to be pushing and pulling the levers of power. He wants to feel like he is exerting some control over the destiny of his people, of the people of Florence. Because I find it interesting, I've included this illustration of the Battle of Pavia. It was drawn 4 years after the Battle of Pavia happened. I just think there's a lot of wonderful detail in this, and Pavia is an extraordinarily important battle in this era. Extraordinarily devastating by the standards of the time. Absolutely shocking. An absolutely shocking battle. And you can see some of the features of this battle that I think people associate more with much later wars, notably World War I, of, you know, cannons depressed into earthenworks. You can see in the upper left side of this painting that they've got cannons depressed into bespoke earthworks. pointing across fields and people charging into each other across those trench works. Famously brutal battle, high gunpowder casualties. And Kyra, thank you for that. Thank you for that little historical tidbit. I did not know about that, but I can look at that later. Don't feel free to link a summary or an article about it that you like in the Discord, in the I Found This channel. So Machiavelli's writings. Machiavelli is most famous for The Prince, which he wrote in 1513. That is what we're really here for, is The Prince. He also wrote Discourses on Livy in 1517 and The Art of War in 1520. And these are all approximate dates because none of them were published while he was alive. He would die in 1529, and all of these would be published in I think one of them might be 1530, but I think they're generally 1531, 1532. They're generally published posthumously and with quite a bit of controversy at the time. Like the papacy gets involved, and like it always sounded very complicated to me. He also had already been writing. Note that he is banished in 1512. He's banished in 1512, and he starts writing The Prince, or writes most of The Prince in 1513, which is pretty short. The Prince is not very long. He writes several short political works while he's still in office. He does a bunch of translations of the classics. He is actually a big classics guy. He's a very big classics guy. And he wrote a bunch of plays. Also, hello, the little wise owl. Hello. I don't think I saw you earlier, but hello. And he wrote a bunch of plays. He was actually quite popular as a playwright. Like, he was writing plays and sending them to performing companies inside Florence. And it was actually, he actually did pretty well at that. People liked his dramas. I've never read any of them. Maybe I should. I've included the statue from the Uffizi in Florence. I think this is a staggeringly beautiful statue. I am blown away. I am blown away by this statue. I don't know. It's just incredible. Mura, you know who actually, Mura, what's the Russian for Machiavellian? Is there a Russian word for that that's not based on Machiavelli? But yeah, this guy, the Prince, is what we're really here for. Il Principe. This is the cover from the first printing of The Prince. I do not speak Italian. I'm going to be... So, The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli for the magnificent Lorenzo del Piero de' Medici. I don't speak. Oof. I still am recovering my Japanese. Italian's not super interesting to me. So this is The Prince of by Niccolo Machiavelli. Also includes the life of Castruccio I should stop this. Castruccio Castracani. In the mode with the funding, I believe, with the funding of the Duke of Valentine, per a whole bunch of people. Oh, whoa, that was weird. That was weird. Hello, the CIA 96. I don't know why my alert sounded so weird. Hello. Welcome in, CIA. Welcome in, CIA. Italian is just funny Portuguese for me. Nice. So you can probably actually read what this says up here. So The prince is, it's a member of a genre of writings called mirrors for princes. Mirrors for princes are a very old genre of book. The oldest mirror for princes that I am aware of is a Sumerian one from 3rd millennium BC. That's the oldest mirror for princes I'm aware of. The only one, I have not read that one. I have read Duoda from the 600s. And lots of books that are not formally mirrors for princes are similar to mirrors for princes. Let me say what they are. Let's talk about examples of them. Let me say what a mirror for princes is. A mirror for princes is a guide for rulers. It is like a self-help book that you give to men who are in line to inherit positions of great power. That is their purpose. They are fundamentally self-help books for aristocratic children, so that they are designed to give advice so that when this person becomes a ruler eventually, they will be the best ruler they can be. That is the genre. That's the fundamental point of the genre. Most of the mirrors for princes, yeah. So your dad's the prince, the king of an Italian city-state. So your dad's the king of Egypt. So your dad murdered 20,000 people, and you get to inherit all of his problems. That's what mirrors for princes are for, and they're generally kind of, well, I mean, yeah, there's no guarantee that people will read them. Yeah. And hello, Nocturnal Ash. Hello. It's been a minute. So the yes, it's very much 48 Laws for Power stuff. Actually, Menherat, you've pretty much hit the nail on the head. Mirrors for princes, as a rule, are, no, it's not just subtweeting mirror. It's very much self-help. It's much more like the 48 Laws of Power. They tend to be very much books of aphorisms. A lot of aphorisms, a lot of proverbs. Let me go grab some examples. Well, and I mean, just because you read a book doesn't mean you have to follow it. So from the oldest one, from the Instructions of Shuruppak. The Instructions of Shuruppak, which is a Sumerian one. This is an ancient one. You should not locate a field on a road. You should not make a well in your field. People will cause damage on it for you. That is to say that, you shouldn't put like your means of transit, you shouldn't mix certain usage things, because people will trespass, and if you put a well on a field, people will go across your field to get water. If you put your field on a road, people will go off of the road and march across your field. And by field they mean farm, farming field. You should not play around with a married young woman. The slander could be serious. This is what a mirror for princes is like. This is what a mirror for princes is like. And the kind of Dwoda is the one that I've read. Stay off my lawn. Yeah, that would be a part of it. That would be a part of it. Yeah, the Liber Manualis is the one that I have read, and the book is, these kind of books, their basic gist is telling the prince to behave as a moral exemplar, to behave as an example of what a good person in your society should be like. That's the idea, is that you try to tell people that they like how to act like a best version of a person in your society, that you should live up to the virtues of your society. You know, Dwoda really emphasizes that you should be generous, and you should read the Bible a lot, and you should be pious. You know, be pious and be generous, and pay attention to history and honor your debts. Those are things that Mirrors for Princes tend to say. Okay, y'all following along here? That a Mirror for Princes in general is going to tell people how to be a good ruler, and the stereotypical version of a good ruler that they're going to advocate for is a ruler who you know, acts like a good person, right? Who acts like a good person by the standards of their society. That is not what Machiavelli says. He extremely does not say that. Machiavelli says stuff like some of the stuff that I've quoted here is better to be feared than loved. That's a very famous element of what he wrote. One of the ones that's stuck with me is one of the ones I've quoted here, that losing with an ally is better than remaining neutral. Because if you're neutral, you'll find yourself increasingly isolated in future conflicts. Each time you sit out a big conflict, you are passing up on the opportunity to gain glory, which is important. Princes gaining glory is very important. Yes, that is actually a good one, Nando. That's actually a very good one. So here's what Nando says. If an injury has to be done to a man, it should be so severe that his vengeance need not be feared. Another way of phrasing this that people have used, I forget if this is actually in The Prince, is that a man will avenge is much more, it is much worse. People will people will fight you much worse if you take away their inheritance than if you kill their father. One of the things that he advocated that I always found really fun and interesting was that if you are a good prince should have the sort of disposition, should have the sort of personality where they always come across as kind and gregarious and guileless. You know, just a sweet, dopey, wholesome person. And they should be completely able to, on a dime, switch into lying and betraying people. I should have actually finished this quote. It is better to be feared than loved. It is better to be feared than loved because people love at their own preference, but fear at yours. It is best to be both. That is his stance. It is best to be both. And he spends a lot of time on distinguishing between being feared and resented. That a good prince should be feared, but should not be resented by their population. An interesting distinction that seems difficult to manage. Yeah, if you have to choose, be feared. Honor is important. Yes, you're right, Nocturnal Ash. He does emphasize honor a lot. And no need to apologize here, all. No need to apologize. And one of the ones that I've found really strikingly interesting is it is better to be, you should be generous with gifting people, but not with your own stuff. Because if you're the prince of a city, you have access to your own family fortune, but you also have access to the city's resources. And you should be generous with the city's resources, but not with your own personal resources, because then those weaken you. But be generous with the public resources. If you can spend somebody else's money on buying a gift for a third person, do it. Do it. But yeah, so this is what he wrote. There's, as you can see, Nando, can you check me on this one? This says the top 4 lines are The Prince by Niccolo Machiavelli for the magnificent Lorenzo of Piero of Medici. Lorenzo, son of Piero of the Medicis. That's what I think those first 4 lines are saying. Okay, so the Medicis are the people who kicked him out, right? The Medici are the people who kicked him out. This was kind of his job application to get back in good in Florentine politics. This was him saying to the Medici family, whatever fucked up shit you want to do to stay in power, I am game. That is what Machiavelli is saying. It doesn't work. He dies in exile, but that does seem to be his intent. Hello, evil Evie Constantine. Hello. Welcome in. That's a good blankie emote. That's a good comfy emote. That is a good comfy emote. It's good to see you. But yeah, it's yep, The Life of Castruccio Castracani. That is that's an earlier work that he wrote that was apparently bundled in with this printing. And again, this is the first printing, and I don't know why they drew. I don't know if this is supposed to be Machiavelli or Lorenzo de' Medici, but man, they made whoever it is look terrible. They made this guy look awful. Not flattering at all. And so this is the book that he is really famous for. It's not actually super long. It's got a bunch of stuff that I think is actually kind of interesting. Like, one of the things that he does that's very contrary to, I mentioned Duoda, a French mirror for princes. She was an author. The book was The Liberal Manualis, but a distinction there between Il Principe and earlier ones, that the one of the things that he emphasizes is that princes should be hunting all the time. If you are a prince, you should be hunting all the time. And there are 2 reasons for this. The first is that it will make you physically fit. And being physically fit is really important for maintaining your martial appearance and your seriousness. And the other reason, and I always found this one kind of interesting, is that it will make you very familiar with the local terrain of your area. And he's saying, well, not just grind set, but you should be hunting instead of reading. You should be hunting instead of studying. You should be hunting instead of praying. He definitely thinks that being knowledgeable and intelligent is important, but he thinks that for the prince, it is more important, the most important knowledge for them to have is the knowledge of their local environment, of their physical local environment, so that they can be as clever and strong and vigorous in military defense. Also, you should make your opponents have hunting accidents. Yeah, but that's just for 666 airs. That's just when you get it. That's just when you get a good air in Europa. But yeah, he generally considers the primary consideration of a prince to be military matters. That military matters are the most important thing for a prince to be doing. It's a really weird set of things, and I will talk a little bit about it. I'll talk a little bit more about it later, because I think I'm going to have some time as we wear on. Discourses on Livy. So the title, just to be clear about what this means, is that Titus Livy was, I guess he's very dead now. Titus Livy was a Roman historian, as in he lived in Rome. He was an ancient Roman historian. He wrote a book on the early history of Rome. He himself died before it became I believe he died before it became imperial, or if it was like only kind of imperial. And this is a 1636 printing. And you can see this is some nice classic modern English. Machiavelli's discourses upon the first decade, that's to say 10 works, on the first 10 works of Titus Livius, translated out of the Italian with some marginal annotations, noting and taxing his errors by the editors. This is a good classic. This is good. You don't get to see those. You don't get to see those long S's in English all that often anymore. The hissing S, first decade. So it concerns. So he reads these books by Livy, and he's doing a big commentary on these first 10 books of Livy that go from the founding of Rome to the Third Samnite War. That is to say, 293 BCE, going up to the Third Samnite War in 293 BCE. Which is the initial early expansion, and so that's the kingdom of Rome through the earlier republic, through much of the early republic. Doesn't get into anything involving like Caesar or any of the stuff that you tend to think about. Caesar or the Social War, Augustus. Okay, Nando, have a good night. Have a good night. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. So some famous arguments and quotes. This is what's interesting. This gets interesting because in The Prince, Machiavelli is considering princedoms, principalities, autocracies, if you will, autocracies and dictatorships. In Discourses on Livy, he is concerned with republics. And remember, Machiavelli spent his life working for and defending a republic that has elections. He does not spend his life working for an actual prince. He spends his life working for a republic. This one is coming much more from his personal, this one is much more linked to his personal experiences. This one is much more linked, I'm talking a little bit fast. This one is much more linked to what he cared about, what he fought for, and how he wanted to fit into the world. So, a republic has need of new acts of foresight every day if it wishes to maintain its free. I don't know why he ended it like that, but it's free. But it should be freedom, maintain itself free. And this is an interesting contrast, right, with the prince. Has need of new acts of foresight. The princes don't need to have foresight. His argument about the Republic of Rome is that the Republic of Rome, because of issues with how its traditions worked, with how individual laws and decrees lasted too long, that is why the Republic fell to the dictatorship. That is to say, not the dictatorship, I'm sorry. Well, I guess Sulla's the dictator in question, but why it eventually fell to the Caesar. Why it eventually became the empire. But this is such a contrast with the prince, that it appears in governing a multitude it is better to be humane than proud, merciful than cruel. Meanwhile, in The Prince, he is openly making the argument that Scipio Africanus was in some ways a worse commander than Hannibal, and the main advantage Hannibal had was that Hannibal was cruel. That because Hannibal had this much more complicated army, but he was much more willing to exact immediate violent justice, and Scipio was too lenient, and so Scipio often faced mutiny. I don't agree, but that was what he wrote. And it's also, I do just kind of want to take a brief moment to note that even his contemporaries, like Machiavelli, was not just by himself. Machiavelli was writing. We have so many letters from Machiavelli. I don't actually have a good sense of the numbers, but it's a lot. It is not like one or two. We have quite a few letters from, by, and to Machiavelli. And where I'm going with this is that Machiavelli and Machiavelli's friends thought that Machiavelli had a bit of an itchy trigger finger. That Machiavelli resorted too quickly, too frequently to violent solutions. That was kind of his default, was like was violent solutions. So he did lots of violence. He did lots of. He didn't do it. He advocated for it as a reader, as a historian. He advocated for radically violent solutions, for really punitive solutions. And because I'm hitting a new section header and ad break is in less than 10 minutes. Actually, let's take a few moments. I don't want to get on to the next section until after the ad break. I want to do the next section after the ad break. So, have people been following along? Are there any questions that people have that would help clarify something? Does anybody have any clarifying questions that they would like to ask me? I would love it if you did. Love it so far. That's good to hear. Thank you, Mango Tarty. Linguistic tidbit. In English, Machiavellian is merely ruthless. In French, is linked with evil. I would say that there's a kind of complicated linkage there. I do think that the English often has a connotation that's of immorality. There is a connotation of immorality to the English Machiavellian. I can believe that there is in French maybe more of that. That's actually not too hard for me to believe. But in English, it definitely does have that link. It's definitely not straightforwardly, like, it's not a neutral term. People are not Machiavellian in a completely neutral way. It's not just, I should say it's also not really ruthless. Ruthless is kind of his own thing. It's also manipulative. Manipulative is actually possibly the more important part of Machiavellian. If you are ruthless, but you're not lying to people all the time, that's not Machiavellian. You have to be deceptive. Sir Alm, I'm guessing you are French? You are French? But yeah, that's interesting as a note that like we would only describe certain Disney villains as Machiavellian, not all of them. but only certain ones of them. French Canadian. Okay. You are the fourth French Canadian I've met in my life, and 100% of the French Canadians I have met have been through VTubing. Kari, John Ken Palm, Mabel, Sir Alm. Mabel also speaks French as her first language. Kari does not. I'm not sure about John Ken. Japanese is his main language these days because he lives in Japan. But yeah, I never met any before this, which is really weird because I have lived within 100 miles of Montreal at some points in my life, and somehow never met any French Canadians while I was living up there, while I was living in upstate New York. I don't know how that happened. The French Canadians are really overrepresented among VTubers. It's wild. It is wild. I know more French Canadian VTubers than New York City VTubers. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. I already gave the heads up on ads. I think I might hit the ads early. I hope people don't mind. So that, get your water. Yeah, you can, Kari Charybdis is a dear friend. But I think I might hit the ads for right now. So please enjoy the fan art while I get some fresh water. And if you have some questions for me, please feel free to put them in. I love getting questions from class. I love it. So give me a moment. Oh, hold on a second. Shit. Now I'm back. I filled my water bottle and left it outside my room. Very foolish. Very, very foolish. But yes. So, Mura earlier brought up the question of who the heck is this guy? Why do we care? Why do we care about this guy? What makes this guy so important, so valuable? Why do we need to give a crap about Machiavelli? Thank you, Space. Thank you. And the reason for that is that Machiavelli completely changed ethics as a philosophical branch. Machiavelli completely changed ethics. So we're talking mostly about Western ethics here. I will talk a little bit about non-Western ethics, but pre-modern ethics, we have two types of ethics, and you're probably pretty familiar with one of them. Deontology is the study of obligation. So deon, study, tology, not study, deon, obligations, tology, study. And so in deontology, actions are right or wrong. Period. They are right or wrong. Period. The end. It is not a question of, you don't really have a question about context. So it dates back to 1816 as a term. Jeremy Bentham uses it. You may know, if you know anything about who Jeremy Bentham is, Jeremy Bentham is perhaps the least deontological thinker. He is profoundly anti-deontology. But, Kant would be a really famous example of a deontological thinker. Immanuel Kant, famous for act only such that your actions would become a universal maxim. That's Kant for you right there. And the Bible is a very deontological ethical framework. And these are kind of meta-ethical frameworks, to be completely clear. These are not arguments about what is an ethical thing to do. These are arguments about how do you frame your ethics? How do you talk about your ethics? What is the shape, the container, the scope of your ethics? So that's deontology. And then virtue ethics is kind of the other big one. So again, deontology, probably a prehistoric concept. Do not steal. Do not lie. A famous illustration of the way I was taught how to think about deontology. The way I was taught to think about deontology is, if you are in a deontological framework where lying is wrong, pretty normal stance to have, pretty normal thing for people to believe. Lying is wrong. So you believe that lying is wrong. Okay. It's 1943. It's 1943. You're in Poland. You're a Pole in 1943, or a Dutchman in 1943. And some Nazis come and knock on your door, and they ask, "Are you hiding any Jews in your house?" And you are. And you say, "Yes." You have now done a good act because you did not lie. You have consigned the Jews that you were hiding to death, but you didn't lie. And yes, Mango Tarty, this is the thing, this is about deontology. This is the thing about deontology. That would be a thing that most people who advocate for deontology would say is naive. They would say that that's a bad example. The example that I just used is an unfair example, but I wanted to go to the extremes. Okay, I just wanted to go to the extremes to illustrate that if you were in a deontological framework where it was all lies are wrong. And Mango Tarty, you have actually kind of illustrated where I'm going with this, but it'll take me a few minutes. It'll take me a couple of minutes to get to there. And Sir Alm is also illustrating it, but because the thing is, in deontology, there is not a lesser evil. That's the point. There is simply good actions and bad actions. That is the deontological framework, is not that there are lesser or greater evils to be engaged with. There is just right actions and wrong actions. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not murder. It did not say thou shalt not murder unless you had a good excuse. Not thou shalt not murder unless he was stealing your wife. Not thou shalt not murder unless the man was planning to kill you later. No, thou shalt not murder. So that's a deontological framework, right? That's a deontological framework. And it's the oldest, most traditional framework for people understanding ethics. Virtue ethics is somewhat more complicated. It's a little bit weird to explain. Virtue ethics is a little bit weird to explain. Virtue ethics is that it is good to act like a good person. And I realize that phrasing is very tautological. I realize that was a tautological phrasing. But bear with me for a second here. What is meant here is that if you act in a way that is like a just person, you will kind of just naturally do just things. I understand it less in the case of Western philosophy than I do in the case of Eastern philosophy. But how do I say this? So it's not any specific action that is just or wise or li or ran. It is a mode of being, right? So instead of evaluating individual actions, you are thinking about the kind of holistic character of yourself, and you're trying to act in ways that accord with these virtues. And so Aristotle is almost certainly the most famous. This third Aristotle mention of the stream. Aristotle has he kind of views virtues as medians between two extremes. Okay, so should I charge into a fight and stab a guy? Okay, let's think about this one. The question is, should I stab into a fight and stab a guy? And Aristotle would kind of reject that. He would say this is a question of courage. And it is cowardice if you are never willing to charge into battle and stab a dude. But it is recklessness to be willing to do so even when it would get you killed in a pointless fashion. Do you see what I mean? Did that illustrate anything? That Aristotle's notion of virtues is virtues are middle grounds between extremes of behavior. that you can be too much. You can be too much of various things. I'm trying to come up with. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones here. Trying to remember them. So he is fundamentally making this argument that you. And anyway, so that's a little bit harder. So consequences are not really being considered with him. Consequences are not really being considered with him. It's do you embody these virtues? It's these virtues exist, and then you can embody them to a greater or lesser extent. Confucianism I'm a little bit more familiar with. Yes, exactly. Gringotts has it. There we go. Thank you. Gringotts has got it. And one of those things that's worth noting is that Gringotts actually referenced something that I didn't even mention. Thank you, Gringotts. That these virtues can be learned. That learning to be a just person, learning to be a brave person, learning to be a temperate person, those are things that you can learn from practice. Yes. Those are things that you can learn. The specific example he used was like playing a flute. It was like playing a flute. And like I said, I kind of know it better in the case of Confucianism, where, it's Ron and Yi and Li and Zhe and Xin. And, you can be more Ron, which is benevolent, right? And it's benevolent or humane. And it's not just that it's not any specific action of being generous or kind or humane. It is something that you have to do all the time, and you're kind of not evaluated on any individual action. You're evaluated on on doing it consistently. And so the truth of the matter is that these are both I think both of these are fairly intuitive, with the exception that neither of them are actually concerned with the consequences of your actions. These are very much about intent. Virtue ethics is much more intentional than deontology, but they are both very intentional focused ethics. They're both very intention focused ethics. So let's tell a history story. History's most problematic man causes problems. Cesare Borgia is a goddamn cartoon character. He's an absolute fucking cartoon character of a human being that was somehow made flesh and well attested to in the historical records. He is not the villain to a Disney film. He is the villain to frigging Who Framed Roger Rabbit. He is perhaps the most normal portrayal of the kind of guy like this in media is like the main character from House of Cards, or perhaps the villain of No Country for Old Men. This guy's weird. This guy's friggin' weird. He's the son of the Pope, which, hey, 1500s. And he just goes around kind of killing people randomly because it's fun. And on top of that, he's just an absolutely brutal warlord. He is a totally brutal warlord. His father's the Pope, so he just gets away with everything. And so unsurprisingly, you have this unstable, violent maniac who is going around threatening to topple Venice. To do a Christian war on Venice in the early 1500s, when the Ottomans are absolutely ascendant and Venice is the primary bulwark of Christendom against the Muslim threats. And Cesare says, I might be able to take some cities, some little minor cities off of the Venetians. I'm going to do it. So people think this guy's a maniac. He's destabilizing, he's violent, he's killing people left, right, and center. He's all sorts of these problems. And so it turns out that some of his vassals are plotting against him. So Cesare invites them to a feast. And he pulls a red wedding. He just does a red wedding. In real life. He just does a friggin' Game of Thrones in real life. And it works. It works. Never again will Cesare's vassals plot against him. Instantaneous total success for Cesare. Instantaneous and total success for Cesare. For Cesare Borgia. What the hell? The perfect prince doesn't exist. Picture of Cesare. Cesare has a weakness from the perspective of Machiavelli. And I'm gonna get to it. It's a very funny weakness from everything I just said. There's actually, Cesare has a very funny weakness by Machiavelli standards. So what the hell? Why didn't Cesare's other vassals rise up against him? Why didn't Cesare's peasants rise up against him? Why did everybody look at this? Like, there are rules about hospitality that are very baked into Western Civ. They're not as prominent nowadays, but during this era, the rules around hospitality were extremely strong and extremely hard and extremely important. And this guy, who is, again, pretty much, this is something that sometimes people doubt, but it seems pretty likely that it's true, that Cesare Borgia was putting on like putting on a black costume like he's Batman and then wandering around Italian cities just stabbing people in the middle of the night. This guy murders people for fun. He breaks his oaths. He hires a guy to go on the warpath against his own peasants, against Cesare's peasants. And then when the guy has cleaned up the area, has killed enough bandits in an area in a brutal campaign of repression, Cesare kills the guy who did the dirty work for him. And people are cool with this. And it just keeps on working. And so Machiavelli dares ask, what if Cesare Borgia was based? He stopped at least one civil war from erupting in 1500s Italy. And I hope I've been clear here. There would have been probably multiple civil wars, and they probably all would have been horrifying. Again, we just looked at a fairly minor siege earlier that killed 50% of the people in the city. The siege of Sancerre was not one of the sieges that shocked the world. That would be the siege of Rome, or the Battle of Pavia. Sancerre is a minor one in this, and it killed 50% of the people who were defending. Cesare stopped at least one of those, probably a dozen, by killing a bunch of people, by doing a red wedding. So, this is what Mango Tarti and Sir Alms were referring to earlier. By all of the ethical standards that existed when Machiavelli was writing, Cesare Borgia was a profoundly, unambiguously, and completely evil man. How can you call somebody evil for preventing thousands and thousands of deaths? How can you look at an act that saved thousands of lives and say that was evil? That's what Machiavelli is asking us to do. Machiavelli is asking you to justify that. And that gets us to consequentialism, baby. The third and final major branch of ethics. There are only three major branches of ethics. There is deontology, there's virtue ethics, there is consequentialism. These are the three branches of ethics, the three types of metaethics that we have currently developed so far in human history. Goodness is measured by results. That's consequentialism. Did this have a consequence that was good by the things that you measure goodness by? There's a lot of argument about that. Utilitarianism is the most famous type of consequentialism. There are, technically speaking, non-utilitarian consequentialisms, but for the most part, when people say consequentialism, they mostly mean utilitarianism. Machiavelli was not really a utilitarian because his approach to this was kind of embryonic. I am mostly emphasizing how this offended people at the time. Because again, at the time, this was such a frustrating thing for people to hear. Can you, in a setting where thou shalt not kill, right? Thou shalt not kill. And then Machiavelli pulls out an actual historical example of a trolley problem. He pulls out an actual historical example of a trolley problem that happened in his lifetime, that happened while he was politically active. Remember, he was politically active from 1498 to 1512, and that was 1502. So I was 4 years into his tenure as a politician. 4 years into his tenure as a politician, there is an event that is radically incompatible with the entire ethical framework that he has grown up with. That he has been exposed to, that everyone around him believes in. There are two entire different ethical frameworks, and neither of them make any sense of this. Neither of them make any sense of this. Cesare certainly wasn't trying to be a nice guy. Cesare wasn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart. Cesare did this because the alternative was Cesare losing power. And so what has happened in the following 600 years, sorry, 500 years, my bad, 500 years, what's happened in the following 500 years is that it is genuinely hard. It is genuinely hard to find people who make an ethical argument without making a consequentialist ethical argument. Like, it's genuinely hard to see people do it. It's not that it never happens, but it's quite rare. Almost every time I see people try to make an anti-consequentialist argument, they end up using a consequentialist framework for evaluating their own ethical argument. It's really interesting to watch. It's really confusing. I think that causes some people some degree of cognitive dissonance. We very much live in a world of consequentialism. And in case you were wondering, in case anybody was wondering, people don't really use virtue ethics anymore. Like, virtue ethics has kind of become very marginalized in the last 400 years or so. It's a very ancient philosophy. We don't tend to take it very seriously as moderns. So yeah, so now we have consequentialism. Again, Machiavelli invented 1/3 of all of ethical philosophy, and it made people so mad that we still use him as a byword for evil. Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. So, what did Machiavelli do to political science? I'm going to use the same format as before. Pre-modern political science. Hey, look at that. It's Aristotle again. It's fucking Aristotle again. Fourth Aristotle. Fourth time I'm bringing up Aristotle today. I don't even particularly like Aristotle. Yep. Put one on the board, boys. The Aristotle made his political arguments, his argument about what a political system is built around, is that a political system is built around the family unit, the oikos. The best type of political unit is the polis. That's, you know, the Greek polis, and the Greek polis is composed of and modeled on the oikos, the household, the family, and that's all of politics should be like that. All of politics is about rotations of offices. It is about relations of dependence and obedience, and legitimate authority. And that is what politics is. And there were other political philosophies in there. Marcus Aurelius famously made some interesting political philosophy. I mentioned Titus Livius earlier. Livy. Cicero. I hate that his name is supposed to be pronounced Cicero. I want to pronounce it. Cicero sounds better. Yeah, politics incest. Oof. Eve. And when we get into medieval political philosophy, so I should back up here a moment. Before Aristotle, political writing in the Western tradition was Gringotts. That's incredibly interesting. Holy crap. Gringotts says, also, oikonomia, household finances as a virtue, leads to the word economics. Again, oikos is Greek for household. It's also worth noting that the Greek oikos is a bit different than a household in almost any contemporary society. Nobody really makes oikos style households today. And oikos is a household where the main man of the family has incredible dictatorial power over everyone below him in the family. And so it's more kind of like an extended family. It's kind of like an extended oh, you should have mentioned to a state? Okay. I mean, yeah, oikos is a yogurt to me. Yeah, that's true. Oikos is a yogurt. I mean, it means household, you know, so it doesn't make, it's not too, or home, it's not too weird to me. You know, a common, yeah, it's kind of like a clan plus a state. Yes, that's a pretty good way of thinking about emperor's armpits. People don't really do it that way. In particular, even really clannish societies like the Pashto aren't as hierarchical as an oikos is supposed to be. Remember that in Greek marriage, nobody consents. The husband and wife in a Greek marriage do not consent. Neither their consent matters. Neither of them are even really consulted. It's bad enough in the Roman ones that a husband practically buys a wife. In the Greek ones, it is the head of oikos of two different families just kind of arrange an exchange. Shitty system, if you ask me. I'm not a fan of it. So yeah, when we get into medieval political philosophy, so yeah, I'm sorry, I should back up here a second again. There's a bunch of Roman political philosophers as well, Marcus Aurelius I mentioned, and it tends to be either based on very personal experiences, or based on like literary references. You know, they tend to be very literary, very discursive is the word I like to use. Very referential. In the case of medieval political science and political philosophy, it was generally trying to figure out ways to make Aristotle and like Marcus Aurelius and stuff like that compatible with Christian thought, compatible with the Bible. It was generally trying to figure out ways to make that work, which is not always the hardest thing. because Aristotle said that politics is like a household, and the Apostle Paul, Saul of Tarsus, said that as the Father in heaven above earth, so the king above his people, and so the father above the family, right? That, like, that's Saul of Tarsus there, right? That that the proper way to model a household and to model a kingdom and to understand God's place in the universe is the family unit. So not always super hard, sometimes harder, but not always super hard. Aristotle's views on slavery were still actually a little bit unpalatable even to medievals, because wow, Aristotle was into slavery. Wow. So about the consequentialism, right? So ancient philosophy was not unfamiliar with political realism. Thucydides discusses this, so Thucydides, just to back up a little bit here and explain a little bit about some of these terms here. Political realism is a big thing that Machiavelli is kind of advocating for, which is that you evaluate your political options entirely based on short-term advantage. That you just think about the short-term advantage, and you don't really, you might think a little bit about long-term advantage, but you're really just thinking about, of the options in front of me right now, which one advances my power? And Thucydides discusses it in his stuff leading up to the Peloponnesian War, because he writes about the Peloponnesian War quite extensively. But in general, even though people tended to be aware of political realism and think about political realism, they tended to view virtue as pretty fundamental to running a state. So here's where this is different. The existing political science, the stuff that Machiavelli had been taught in school, the stuff that Machiavelli's contemporaries thought was the correct and important and accurate way Chaos, did you care to explain yourself there? Okay. Thank you, Space. Yeah, I don't even know what to do with that one. That's... Well, choose a loser ideology, keep losing. Speaking of loser ideologies. So the existing political science of Machiavelli's time was that Caesare should have failed immediately. And this gets us to... So, Cesare de Borgia is kind of a protagonist inside The Prince. Right? But he is not perfect. Cesare has a weakness that serves as his downfall. He's too soft. He's too trusting. And that gets him killed. Cesare de Borgia has a record of being a violent, unpredictable lunatic who kills his own vassals, who plot against him, who kills his own people and then kills the killers to make it not his fault anymore. He's incredibly powerful. He's very successful militarily. Pope Julius II, famously known as the Battle Pope, befriends Cesare. Cesare pledges fealty to him. Cesare is by all notions a loyal vassal. Julius II knows what Cesare's record is like, knows how much power Cesare is able to get, and he fucking kills Cesare. This is even more baffling than what Cesare did. To the medieval mind, this is even more bizarre. This isn't even betrayal. This doesn't even make any damn sense. Cesare is the type of traitor who goes to the 9th circle of hell in Dante's Inferno. He's the type of guy that Dante was writing about as the Soyjacks getting tortured and lit on fire. Julius II has somehow done something weirder. Has somehow done something more bizarre, more surreal. Hello, Jun Sunasa. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. So this is the thing, right? Is that Julius II kills his own loyal vassal in Cesare de Borgia. This should cause all of his power to crumble immediately. This should cause him to collapse into nothingness really fast. And it doesn't. It doesn't. Cesare dies, and Julius shows up to work the next day, and everybody's okay with him being Pope. Hello, Mara Squared. Hello, hello, hello. I hope you've been having a good day. I hope you've been having a good day. So, yeah, look, Cesare, I depicted you as a Sojak. Yeah. I mean, again, in the Prince, Cesare comes across as relatively good because it's a really weird lesson. But Cesare does still lose because he trusts Julius II, and Julius II is maybe not as Machiavellian, maybe not as bizarre, still completely ruthless. And this is the thing. Machiavelli looks at this. He does a test. He does the test. The test is, we have a theory. We have a theory that if you do this if you do Cesare de Borgia shit, if you do Julius Battle Pope II shit, you lose. And then he looks at the record of people doing Cesare de Borgia shit and Julius II shit, and they win. So, political science is wrong. The existing political science is wrong. Yeah, not just openly making a hit on someone, it's openly making a hit on, again, a loyal vassal on their own asset. Like, it's so outside the scope of what anybody is prepared to deal with. It's worth also remembering that Pope Julius II is a, like, puts on armor and mounts a horse and goes killing people in battle Pope. He is a weird, he is a guy. he is something. So this is the thing, right? Is that political realism really appeals to a lot of people because, first of all, it has the word realism in it. It has the word realism in it, so it sounds like it should be pretty good. Because, political realism is once again opposed to political idealism. So political idealism would be that states have ideals and virtues that they are claiming to live up to, and they act they encourage other states that share those stated virtues, right? So that'd be political idealism. In a political idealistic setting, in a political idealist setting, you look at states where where the rulers act in a way that makes sense, that like furthers your idealized project. And political realism is the opposite of that. Political realism is the opposite of that. Political idealism is you just take whatever makes sense for advancing your political power. It doesn't matter if your ally is a bunch of baby-eating Satanists. If you think that they're going to be a reliable ally in a war, you take them. You take them. You friggin' take them. This is the thing, though. This is my evaluation. Political realism does not actually have that great of a track record. Political idealism actually doesn't have that much worse of a track record. It's the sort of thing where it sounds like on the face of it, doing political realism is smart, doing political idealism is dumb. But it turns out that actually having a really predictable set of actions, being a predictable, reliable state, tends to be pretty good for you. A contrast point would be Qin Dynasty China and the Roman Republic. Qin Dynasty China is one of the two biggest failed dynasties of China. It's them and the Sui. And the Sui's failures are much stupider and not as funny. Still pretty funny, but not as funny. The Qin Dynasty implodes. It implodes completely and extremely rapidly, and it's extremely traceable to its radical legalism, was the philosophy they were using. But legalism is a very recognizably Machiavellian philosophy. And they just implode so fast. They last nothing. They fall apart so fast. And it's, again, a very direct consequence of their commitment to being like Machiavelli, to following Machiavelli's suggestions. Admittedly, thousands, almost 2,000 years before Machiavelli was born, but the philosophy is recognizable. I could do a Chinese history, like a basic Chinese dynasty overview. There are two dynasties that lasted very short, which are the Qin and the Sui. The Yen is also not very long, but the other dynasties are all pretty long. The other dynasties tend to actually be pretty long, unless we're counting like dynasties that didn't conquer the majority of China's core territory, from like the northern and southern dynasties or the Warring States period. Those ones don't last very long. If we're including contested dynasties, yeah, about half of them go away pretty fast. But if we're just talking about the main ones that are uncontested, two of them fell apart really fast. One of them fell apart fairly fast, and the other ones all last multiple centuries. Like the average is like 4 centuries, so like 3 or 4 centuries, probably close to 3 centuries now I'm thinking about it, because there's only one that's like 8 centuries, which is the Zhou. Zhou is like 8 centuries. Zhou lasts fucking ever. Yeah, it's I could do an overview. Meanwhile, the Roman Republic and Empire is very durable. The Roman Republic and Empire is very durable, and they last, like 1,000 years. The Qin Dynasty is like 15 years. The Roman Republic, the Roman Empire, Kingdom, Empire, Republic, if we can include all three, over 1,000. And if we're being more realistic, yeah, probably close to 2,000. Probably close to 2,000 would probably be a more realistic, that's a more historian accounting of the Roman Empire. It's about 2,000 plus years, something over 2,000 years. And the Romans are, relatively speaking, international idealists. They're political idealists. The way that the Romans speak and act in their international relations is all built on fides, on honoring their word. They're really strict about honoring their word. The kind of whole thing that happens with the Romans when they are conquering, I talked about this during my Pydna lecture a few weeks ago. Kind of the whole thing that's going on with the Romans. Yes, that's correct, Bogdan. That's correct. That would be a normal historian accounting of the Roman Empire. Not everybody likes it, but historians think that's the best one. I've seen funnier ones. I like to joke with 1921 as the final date, but that's 1453 is a less controversial choice. That's probably the least controversial choice for the final date. And yeah, so when the Romans are in the Roman Republic and the early imperial period, when they're really on the rise, kind of the thing that makes the Romans succeed where all of the other Mediterranean states fail, one of their biggest assets is if they say that they will defend one of their allies, they are willing to throw thousands and thousands of men into a meat grinder to defend that ally, even when it doesn't make any sense for them politically. And none of the other states in the Mediterranean are willing to do that. All of the other states are being much more realist than the Romans, much less idealist. And that means that if you are a bit player in Mediterranean politics, if you're a Greek polis or whatever, and you have to make a choice between allying yourself with Rome or Macedonia, or Rome or the Seleucid Empire, or Rome or Carthage, you choose Rome. You choose Rome every time because Rome has a proven track record of being irrationally good at being an ally. And that pays off enormously for the Romans. So again, I am not saying that political realism is just a flat out wrong thing. I just think that it tends to be overestimated, and I want to kind of provide a little bit of why we do not live in a world where everybody is a political realist all the time. And it's because political realists don't have the best track record of surviving. Bit of an evolutionary pressure against political realism. So there is an argument that was popular when I was young that I haven't heard in a while, but I felt like I needed to bring it up because it's interesting, which is this hypothesis that the prince is bad on purpose, that they trained him wrong as a joke. And the main argument is that Livy, the discourses on Livy and the prince don't make sense together, really. He's talking about kind of different things. He seems to have a very different philosophy in the two of them. But he also has a different audience. You know, in discourses on Livy, his audience is fellow intellectuals that he respects, and his intended audience for the prince is the Medici family, who he kind of doesn't. He bluntly kind of doesn't. You know, in the prince, he's ruthless and pro-ruthlessness on purpose all the time. And in Livy, he finds arguments for being kind and being soft as a ruler, and for being generous and gregarious and forgiving in ways that he doesn't find in the prince. There are parts of the prince that just flat out seem like bad advice. Machiavelli has a deeply negative opinion of mercenary forces. And he tends to view this as a major weakness that the Italian city-states were suffering from in the era, that their over-reliance on mercenaries. He writes that he thinks the only way you can make a really robust defense, because remember, he thinks that military is the most important thing. He thinks the most robust army you can make if you are an Italian prince is a citizen militia. And the thing is that we saw citizen militias and how citizen militias performed against Spanish mercenaries during that period, and they got their asses kicked. So it doesn't tend to be viewed. I don't think this is a super convincing argument. If I'm being completely honest, I don't find this to be incredibly convincing. I think I think he wrote The Prince in sincerity. I think he made some bad analyses in it, and I think the other discrepancies are that he kind of was doing, I don't think he was being bad on purpose. I think he may have been focusing more on flattering the Borgias, not the Borgias, the Medicis, and telling them what they wanted to hear at the expense of giving the most realistic and most honest accounting. And I will say, I have not heard this argument in a while. I hear it very, very occasionally, but I do not hear it frequently by any stretch of the imagination. I hear it very, very infrequently. And so, yeah, I did not write a bibliography for this lecture. Yes, Sir Alm, that is correct. And he thought this was a problem, and he was trying to advocate against it, and he was probably wrong. He was probably wrong on that count. It was probably the bad call. He thought it was a weakness, and his arguments for why it was a weakness aren't entirely nonsensical, but his suggestion for what to do instead was not good. It was not a good suggestion for what to do instead. Yeah. Thank you, Mura. Thank you, Nura. I thought it was a good title. I thought it was a good title. We're about to have ads in a few minutes, but I'm going to be I'll answer any questions that people have about this. I am admittedly not an expert in this. I'll answer to the best of my ability, but I did have some things I wanted to do afterwards. But we're hitting ads, so it's I managed to hit a pretty good. I feel pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I think I nailed it. I think I did a good job at getting the timing down pretty well. For saying I didn't rehearse this super much. Yeah, molto bene. Such a good sculpture. Yeah, I have what I'm going to do after the ad break is I am going to take that dark triad personality test. We're going to see where Open Psychometrics thinks I lie on Machiavellianism. I'll post the link so that other people can take it along with me. And you know what? If people want to put in some other personality quizzes for me to do, because I am hoping to, for strategic reasons. No, this would be after that. When I should check that, but I don't think it was. It was the Kingdom of Naples at that time. It wouldn't have been the Sicilian Norman state. Kingdom of Naples. Yeah, I'm taking a quick look at this. It doesn't. No, it looks like that period had ended by then. I'm just gonna take a look. Norman Sicily. But yeah, Naples southern Italy was a relatively strong kingdom. by the standards of Italy, and that's actually the thing that kicked off the Italian Wars, was a succession dispute over the Kingdom of Naples. So the Kingdom of let's go back a little bit here. So 1494, right? So this is not. Yeah, this is not. Occupied by Aragon, the Kingdom of Sicily as part of Aragon, not as part of Normans. The Normans were, the Normans would be talking like they ended in the late 1100s, like it was 1200-ish. So the Kingdom of Naples is a relatively strong kingdom by Italian standards at this time, and France wanted to intervene in a succession crisis down here, and they were willing to march through all of Italy. And again, the whole pretext of everything that happened in the Italian Wars leading up to it was that, it's going to take, the French will not be able to get down to Naples. Oh, we got raiders. Hahi VT. Thank you for the raid. Let's give you the shout outs. At Hahi VT. What were you doing? At Hahi. Animal Crossing New Horizons. Welcome in. Let me give the. All right, well, so welcome in Hahi, and welcome in other raiders. We are actually about to go into ad break, and I have finished the main content of the lecture. We'll be doing some post-lecture content once I get back from the ad break, which will start in about 2 or 3 minutes. But yes, how was your stream? Hahi? Thank you for the raid. And if you need to raid and run, that is extremely permissible. I do not discriminate against people who need to raid and run. That is extremely justified. If you just want to go take a nice little nap, go for it. But I hope you enjoyed Animal Crossing New Horizons. A color challenge. Okay. That sounds wonderful, to be honest. That sounds wonderful. I'm hoping it was turning out well. For you. I hope that you got the color coordination you were looking for. Okay, yes, you use the break to relax a bit and lurk. Yes, I emphasize very, very clearly. I put up the fan art gallery for people, but I want people to take a little break. You know, it's important to hydrate, to stretch, maybe get a little snack, to the 3 minutes every hour. It's really not so bad. It was hard with yellow, but fun. Okay, that's, Is there just not a lot of yellow decorations in the DLC, or is it like yellow's hard to color coordinate around? I'm kind of bad. I'm kind of bad at decoration. I'm kind of not very good at it. So yes, it's hard with yellow, but fun. Okay. Looks like the ads are about to start. So everybody take your breaks, get your tea ready, and I will be back in 3 or 4 minutes. Hello, I am back. I am back. I am back. I am back. I made myself some barley tea. You're decorating a home for a villager and they have themes. There's multiple yellow items. My theme was mountain. Tried to find my best mountain and outdoor mainly yellow items. Okay, I hope you were able to find stuff that worked well together. It seems like you were pretty proud, so that's good. That's good. I'm glad you were having a good time, Hahi. So, I had a bit of a silly idea. Wait, hold on. This coat should have been gone. When did I put the coat back on? So I'm going to change the window capture to a personality test. I am going to take a test of the Dark Triad so we can see how Machiavellian your professor is. Thank you, Occam Psychometrics. Is the font readable? Because they're not readable on... Actually, wait, hold on. I can just do this. There we go. So, it's not wise to tell your secrets. I guess that's kind of circumstantial, like... I mean, the whole point of them being secrets is that, like, you've got a reason to not tell people them. Like, otherwise they're not secrets, right? But... you can't really hide things for forever, right? That'll drive you insane. Oh, I can... Thank you. Actually, hold on. Let me go back to the start here. So let's pin that. There we go. Yeah, we're doing quizzes, Jarfy. Welcome in, Jarfy. How are you doing today, Jarfy? How are you doing today, Jarfy? So I am... So let's see. It's not wise to tell your secrets. I think I'm gonna slightly agree because it's worth telling people, like, you need to have some people who are in your inner circle, right? People see me as a natural leader. Yeah, they do. I'm not. It would be really obnoxious for me to say no. Doing well. The program for my next convention was released and you're hyped. But yeah, I do feel like people see me as a natural leader. I feel like it's obnoxious of me to say that, but it feels even more obnoxious of me to pretend that they don't. Because like, I mean, I've had people say that I should run for like elected office and stuff like that. I think it's just fair. Ugh. Still annoying. I don't like bragging like that. I like to get revenge on authorities. Absolutely not. I do not like... yeah, people do tend to listen to me. I mean, you're all here, right? I'm not delusional, chat. This is real, right, chat? Yeah, y'all seem to like listening to me. I like to get revenge on authorities. Absolutely not. I do not. And it's not just, well, Jarfy, it's not just guts. It's also like my general calculus is that revenge is self-destructive. That's my bigger thing. It's not just that I think that I would lose or something like that. It's that I don't tend to view it as an intelligence way to confront the world. Hold on a second. Let me take a look here. What the hell? No, not you. Okay, that was driving me insane. Okay. Oh my god, I cannot believe I was doing this entire stream with my overlay off center. Good gravy. Good gravy. That's very embarrassing. But no, I do not. I like to use clever manipulation to get my way. No. 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 I don't. I'm actually just gonna make a lock here. Is there a way that you can lock things? Gringotts, the thing is that I'm not good at it. Like, that's the thing. I'm not good at it. Unless we're using clever manipulation, mean like physically with my hands. Unless you're talking about like, do I like to like fix a watch with my hands, like maniples manipulation? Like, yeah, I like to do that. If we're talking about there should be a lock next to the eye. There is. Wow, I was looking at the transform. Yeah, let's lock you. Thank you. No, I'm not good at it. I mean, I'm so bad at poker. Can you even imagine me playing Among Us? Yeah, I've read The Prince and I look at it and I'm like, I can't do this stuff. My reaction to The Prince is what any sane man... I react to looking at how he suggests people act in The Prince the same way that I think about, like, how would I beat Mike Tyson in a fight? And it's like, I wouldn't. He'd kill me. Like, I can't do that. Like... I think I'm about as good as being like The Prince as I would be at wrestling a bear. Like, I think I could take an elephant in a fist fight better. Oh god, oof. Yeah, sorry, Jared. Yeah, I find Among Us and Werewolf and all that like really oof. I don't even like playing poker. I hate being the center of attention. Absolutely, right? Right? You all agree? You all think that agree is the correct answer for me hating being the center of attention? I'm clearly a guy who hates being the center of attention here. By the way, if you want to take the quiz and post it in my Discord as a screenshot, I can bring it up on stream and we can analyze it if you're willing to do that. That would be funny. That'd be funny. I avoid dangerous situations. I feel like life, it's very hard not to have the occasional dangerous situation. But I do pretty much avoid dangerous situations. Let's just put it in agree. I do avoid dangerous situations. The most dangerous situation in most of my daily life is like sometimes I choke on my water. Whatever it takes, you must get the important people on your side. Huh. This requires some thinking. Because contextually, right? Contextually, when they say the important people on your side, I'm guessing that from context, what they mean is politically connected. And when they say whatever it takes, like I'm metagaming the quiz a little bit here. Hello, you and I. Hello, you and I. Welcome in. I'm taking a dark triad personality test. I am. This is weird. So like reading between the lines, like if somebody were to ask me this naively, if I were not being asked this question in this context at all, I would probably interpret it very differently. Because when I think of who are the important people, I think, you know, people I admire. I think people I look up to. Welcome back, Space. Welcome back, Space. I think of people I look up to. I think of, you know, like, you know, my mother. One hell of a result. Okay. Space, if you want to take the if you want to take the quiz and post it in the Discord, and I'll bring it up when I get over. Welcome in, Kyrie. Welcome in, Kyrie. And whatever it takes. I think that, I mean, in this context, it feels like they're talking about like strong people, getting strong people on your side. Well, what, Space Circus? We're taking the quiz to see if I am Machiavellian or not. And your present is hello. Many group activities tend to be dull without me. I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I think that people have why would they be? Why would they be? It's I don't know. I'm people. I think people are perfectly capable of entertaining themselves. I think people are perfectly capable of entertaining themselves. I really want to see Space's results. Space, please take this. Space, please take this. I love you very much. This would be very funny. I want to see Space and Flara's results. I want to see my mod's results. Many group activities tend to be dull without me. I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all. I think... No, I think unless something's just like... Unless people were really counting on me for something. If people were really counting on me for something, like, yeah, that's one thing. But like... Yeah, how would I... I mean, I actually have an easy way to know that it's not true, which is... People go to a party that I didn't go to, and I go, oh, how was it? And they say, it was great. I would put it in after streams. Put it in after streams. Payback needs to be quick and nasty. What? No. For one thing, I would be a hypocrite if I said this. This is me paying back Koran. And it's, first of all, not nasty, and second of all, it took me forever. I'm assuming they mean like negative revenge, not just paying your debts and trying to be the best version of yourself. No. Avoid direct conflict with others because they may be useful in the future. I mean... Kind of. I think I agree with this one. This is partially me just being a coward. And again, like if somebody were to ask me this in any other context, I would have it would be instantaneously. It would be instantaneous that like, yeah, I don't want to burn bridges exactly, Huggatree. I don't want to burn bridges I don't have to. And like, even if somebody's an asshole to me today, maybe they'll be nice in the future. Mura, I think I know yours already. I'm not actually like at all going to be surprised by yours. I know that I am special because everyone keeps telling me so. I will tell you if I can complete this. Space. I knew that was going to be your answer. I knew that was going to be your answer, Space. I knew that was going to be your answer, Space. Mora, the main problem, the main reason why, the biggest thing that stops you from being a Machiavellian manipulator is that you just tell people what you're doing. Okay, I don't know. People tell me this all the time. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Am I more special than anybody else? I think I'm just an old man. I'm just an old man who likes people. I'm just an old man who likes people. Oh, okay, Bogdan, you got me. You completely got me. Completely got me. Yeah, I'm manipulating you. Do not resist. Like, people often say I'm out of control. I don't know about this one, bud. Kyrie does not like the results he got. Nice. That's perfect. People often say I'm out of control. I don't think... I think I've heard this like 2 or 3 times in my life. And it was usually when my depression was extraordinarily out of control. I don't think people say this to me very frequently at all. It's wise to keep track of information that you can use against people later. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I have so much trouble remembering like anything about the people around me. I'm so bad at like remembering birthdays. Like, I don't want to try. I don't want. This feels like too much responsibility, man. No. This feels like too much. This feels like too much work. I like to get acquainted with important people. I like to get acquainted with everybody. So it's true that I can be mean to others. Yeah. I try hard not to be. Yeah, I can. I try not to be. I don't usually do it very much on purpose. I think I'm probably meaner to Flora than I am to everybody else in my life combined. I think I'm gonna put neutral here. You should wait for the right time to get back at people. Space. What's your objection? Let's hear your objection, Space. What have you got for me, bud? I guess we all have the capability, yeah. Space being the pedant here. Space being pedantic here. I respect it. I respect it, Space. I respect pedantry in my moderators. Thank you. You should wait for the right time to get back at people. Autism often falsify results. Oh, interesting. You should wait for the right time to get back at people. Space. Space, I love you, dude, but we have done quizzes together, and you usually take about 5 times as long as anybody else. It's very funny. I think I'm gonna go with disagree here. I just don't like getting back at people. Like, it's not something I think is a good use of time or space. I feel embarrassed if someone compliments me. Agree, hard agree. People who mess with me always regret it. Disagree. Are you kidding me? People get away with that shit all the time. If chat, could you imagine a streamer that if you messed with them, you regretted it? Could you imagine that, VTuber? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There are things you should hide from other people because they don't need to know. As a person who has passed HIPAA training, yeah, as a person who has past HIPAA training, yes, absolutely. I have been compared to famous people. Yes. Yes, I have. I have never gotten into trouble with the law. I've gotten a speeding ticket. Is that enough to be in trouble with the law? That's the worst trouble I've gotten in with the law, is a speeding ticket. Yeah, like I got pulled over and then I paid a ticket. I guess I'll call that a slight disagree because it wasn't trouble, it was just kind of the law functioning as intended. Make sure your plans benefit you, not others. I mean, yes, space, it is dangerous. And also, yeah, but I don't think that's the trouble. I don't think that's what trouble means. Disagree? Like, I don't know. I mean, it's valuable to make plans that are good for you. Like, you should make plans that benefit yourself, but I don't know why you would make plans that specifically don't benefit others. That's weird. Yeah, I think I'm average. Yeah, let's go with that. Oh boy. Oh boy. Whoop. Most people can be manipulated. It's true. I am easily manipulated. I am people. I am people. I insist on getting the respect I deserve. No, I do not. People respect me as much as they like, and that's not their own prerogative. I'll say anything to get what I want. No. No. Okay. Okay, so Machiavellianism, narcissism, and psychopathy. So unremarkable Machiavellianism, high narcissism, nice. Low psychopathy, cool. Cool. That makes sense to me. I'm actually surprised. Yeah, a little bit low on, just a little bit low on the Machiavellianism, a little bit high on the narcissism. Yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. Let's pull up Discord. Yeah, a whelming amount of narcissism. I feel like my numbers would have been way better on that if let's pull up paint and let's see if I can change the window capture to paint. Window capture 2. MS Paint. Will you actually display for once? That wasn't good. Why is paint always like this, chat? Why is paint always like this? So, I am taking it for granted that if you posted it in the Discord, you're consenting to me bringing it on screen. So, let's take a look at Muras. Let's take a look at Muras. Muras, these actually make a lot of sense. These actually make a lot of sense, Mura. A little higher on the Machiavellianism than I expected. Actually, a little bit higher on the psychopathy than I expected, to be honest. I know that you self-identify as a yandere, but I think you're actually unremarkable on that one. I'm sorry to say. Bogdan. Bogdan's just Machiavellian. Bogdan is just Machiavellian. Very impressive, Bogdan. Hello, Mama Ubume. Hello, Mama Ubume. We have been doing the open psychometrics test of the dark triad traits since you just got here, and since I like you, I will show you mine. This is me. Pretty unremarkable. Pretty unremarkable. My scores are pretty unremarkable. Low Machiavellianism, low psychopathy, a little bit high on the narcissism. I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of amused by that high on the narcissism because I am pretty sure that is almost all the result of therapy that I have gotten since I started VTubing to try to make me better at accepting that people actually like me. So I find that pretty funny. Here's Alm. Here is Alm. Oh yeah, I'd fail in Italy extremely. I would fail extremely in Italy. Like I said, don't go to Renaissance Italy. It's a bad place. So this is, we are now looking at Alms. Alm is pretty middle of the road. Alm is pretty middle of the road. A little psychopathic, little narcissistic, but less than average. Little Machiavellian. And not bad numbers. Not bad numbers. Kairu, oh my god. Okay, Kairu, yours are hilarious. Kairu, yours are absolutely hilarious. You are Kairu, this is extremely funny. Kairu, this is super duper funny. This is super duper funny. And here's Mango. I'm not gonna stop laughing about yours, Kairu. I'm eating the most inappropriate food for this stream. What are you eating? What are you eating? Are you eating human flesh? What are you eating, Ubume? Here's mangoes. Here is mangoes results. Wait, what the hell's going on here? What the hell is this? Paint, you're being very weird. I need to clear this out. Dr. Pepper, strawberries, and yeah. What did you do? There's a minimum. Mango broke the frigging test. The least narcissistic person. The one that's just how did you do that? Also, Koran is extremely based and use dark mode. Koran's extremely based and use dark mode. Reasonable amount of Machiavellianism, pretty low narcissism, very low psychopathy. Nice. And let's do Gringotts. Gringotts, this makes perfect sense to me. Gringotts is a man who knows how to lie to the bosses. Pretty low psychopathy, pretty low to average narcissism. I got you. I see what you're doing, Gringotts. Oh god, did I actually hit save? I don't want to save this. Space. I was looking for. I was so excited for space. This is what it takes. This is what it takes to be a mod. This is what it takes to be a mod. Is very average scores. I love you, Space. I love you, Space Circus. Space Circus is the most beautiful little bean on the planet. Okay. Let's do something here. I've got an idea. Not that one. Here we go. We're doing spreadsheets, baby. So, let's close that one. Don't save it. Hello, Terakawa. It's spreadsheet time. Yes, thank you, Bume. And Excel. You think I would dirty myself with Excel? No, we are in LibreOffice. So what were which order was it? Machiavellianism, narcissism. I 0% chance of me spelling narcissism correctly on the first path. Mama Ubume, give a standing ovation to Mama Ubume. She's so based. She is so based. Liberation Serif is a king of a font. I don't know if it's my absolute favorite font, but it is not Serif. Liberation Serif. What a king of a font. And let's just make this a little bit bigger. So that is cute, but it rules. And Kairu, I would actually say this is better Excel. Excel crashes when you do some of the math I do. So Almantas 2.7, 3.1, 1.7. Okay, and let's get into the study hall. Okay, so next up is Mura. Sensei. 3.9, 3.9, 2.7. Oh. This is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem. I'm going to have to do some annoying things. Kairu, I understand where you're coming from. I am also very cheap. I am also very, very cheap. Okay, so the fact that my oh, this is gonna be a problem. So Bogdan is 4, 1.8, 1. Alm, not Montas. Yeah, Kairu's PC has a penis. 2.3 for Alm, not Montas. Yeah, we are. And now I'm doing analytics on our server. That's Kairu and Mango, 3.2, 1.1, and I can't. Mango, I just noticed. Mango, I just noticed. Mamo Bume, I am actually much worse than that. I got bored of Wordle and I did that for Tradle. I used to post my Tradle scores on the daily. Mamo Bume, that is the meanest thing you've ever said to me. Reading the op-eds and thinking about them. Mango, I cannot believe that you said meh and you posted a broken score. You literally broke the test. And you're like, meh. Gringotts, 4.3, 2.8, 2.2. Space is 3, 2.9, 2.3. No, yours is incredible. Yours is incredible. Jarfi only did this because I started a spreadsheet. Spreadsheeting is the key to a good VTubing community. 2.9. I'm actually deeply unsurprised by your Machiavellianism score. Space. Ubume, I did actually teach Foucault. I do not have a crush on Foucault. I did teach the Panopticon to my 101 students, and it was actually really, really funny that yeah, they're posting in the Discord. Paste special, transpose. Yes. No, why did it post like that? Okay, that's not what I wanted. This is probably the way to do it. This is the way to do it. This is the way to do it. And let's... How do I want to present these results? Pass the paper to Foucault asking if he likes him. Obume, I figured that you would know Foucault better than that, which is that... So, which is that I would say that to Foucault, and he would find a link to, he would find a sex club to go to. You know Foucault. Let's see, VLOOKUP. I think we need to make a helper. I think we need to make a helper in here. So, what the hell did you do, Mango Tarty? I don't know shit about anyone. Death of the author means I don't have to learn historical context. That, honestly, I do have a... That's kind of a bit of my hypothesis of max B9 to B999 comma B9 to E999 comma 1 2 3 comma 0. I should do it. That means I'm off by 1. 4. Okay, cool. So let's B, and so C, and C, it's E99 and 3, and then D, 1. There we go. Hello, Orc Florist. Death of the author levels. 1, you can't bring their life into it. You can't bring other works of analysis. No space. No space. Space 2.0. 4.63. 2.4. Space 2.0. Space, you got on top. Hello, Orc Florist. Hello, Orc Florist. How are you doing? How are you doing? How have things been going for you? Yeah, Orc Florist is cool. Orc Florist is cool. Orc Florist is very cool. Orc Florist is cool. Space. Space. I love you, Space. I love you, Space. So let's see. So that's the average. That's the max. Oh, do you want me to put you in? Do you want me to put you in? People have been posting it on the Orc Florist 1.8, 1.2, 1.3, Orc Florist, Orc Florist, and let's do average. So average B9 to B999. So average. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Orc Florist. Thank you, Orc Florist. Min. There we go. I should have done that. So same thing as here. Actually, wait, hold on. Same thing as here. Do gotta change it to min B9 and B9, and then min 9. I should have, if I had been smart, I would have done this better. I am not doing the best spreadsheeting I could do right now. I'm embarrassing myself live on stream by being slightly bad at spreadsheets. Yes. How much of a wizard are you? Not much of one. Not much of one. Not much of one, but I probably don't need that, but let's see. I forget how to do, I know how to do this in nope, not that. I know how to do this. It's easier to do this in Google. Vex do the damn test. Vex, do the damn test. This one's funny. This one's funny. Do the test. Color scale minimum. So we want to do it the opposite direction. We want to do the opposite direction. So green. No, let's do it lime. So it's relatively readable, and then the max will be like coral. Let's just do it orange. Okay, okay. My mom actually bunt dialed me and left a message complaining about me not writing her a good poem. That's a good story, Mama Bume. I actually like that. That shows a deep knowledge of poetry on your part. That shows a deep knowledge of poetry. Yeah, you and you are actually the most psychopathic person in the server, which isn't saying much. The psychopathy rates here are pretty low. Yeah, you're only 2.9. You're only 2.9. That's actually not maxing. She only gets bad poems. I mean, Mango, what the hell? Mango, what the hell? It's not long. It's 27 questions. It's 27 questions. It's pretty short. It's pretty short. I'm actually going to. There we go. So that yeah, you're mock maxing. Our precious little bean is mock maxing. Okay, what other statistics do we want here? What other statistics do we want here? So we know who is the yeah, mock maxing. Yeah. Okay, and let's delete this row, and let's just do this equal min b9 to b999. No, I want max. I want max. Max there. Min. This will be min. Okay. See, this time I actually did okay. That was okay spreadsheeting right there. Not impressive. So we take a screenshot of it and post it in after streams on our on my Discord. Median. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. I was like trying to think about like why would I do the mode? But like why would I do the mode? B9 to B999. Okay. Again, not telling us two things too different from the average, from the means. Mama Ubume, thank you, Mama Ubume. Mama Ubume. 4.3, 3.3, 2.1. This makes perfect sense to me, Mama Ubume. Thank you very much for your contribution. And let's get Vex. Vex 2.3, 2.8, 2.4. Vex. All right. All right. Yeah, that actually makes sense to me, Mama Ubume. That actually does make sense to me. I was thinking about that. So hold on. Hug a tree. Hug a tree, and you're 3.8, 3.1, 2, and Orc Kirill. That's a good name. 1.8, 1.2, 1.3. Wow, Orc Kirill, you are not dark at all. Okay. I don't think anybody has Hug a Tree. Yeah, I think Mr. Space is still winning the max. Yeah, okay, this is a funny one. Yeah, Mr. Space, Mura, and you and I taking the top ranks. Some of my most active and loyal. Dozing, thank you very much, Dozing. Oh, that is you. Okay. Oh, you are Orc Kirill and Orc Flourish are the same person. I was like, wow, these numbers, wow. 3.8, 2.3, and 1.1. Dozing, heck yeah. Okay, so that was yeah. So neutral zone, neutral zone. 3.3, 2.7, neutral zone. Thank you, Jarfy, for the test. Thank you for the test. Thank you for the test. Thank you for the test. Is there any other tests and numbers we want to run on this? So, oh, and I should actually, I may as well grab the comparative ones, right, from the official list. So, global mean, 2.96, 2.97, 2.09, and oops, oh, that's a good one. Okay, hold on. There's a test I want to do right now. So yeah, thank you, Bogdan. Diff. So, doot. Oh. And I'm going to snooze that. And then equals minus, no, not max, equals, I want average minus average equals minus average. Okay, so we are significantly, as a community, we are more Machiavellian, less narcissistic, and less psychopathic than average, than the average for the U.S. global mean. Who has the highest combined? So let me do the let me make a helper. Let me make another helper column. This is messy. Total equals sum B14 to D14. 7.5. This messes up the average, but this messes up the conditional formatting. How do I'm gonna condition color scale. No, so to D136. Okay, there we go. And then total, and then let's see, can I just do this? Okay, not surprising after what we were seeing here before. The most dark person here is Mura. The least dark person here is Orc Florist. Orc Florist, you are the purest, cutest being here. Aw. what a good emote there. Our max value was 10.5, which was, again, Mura. Our average was 7.8, which was a little bit higher than me. And our median was very close to our mean. No, these look right. These look right. No, these are correct. And on average, oh right, hold on. On average, this was a problem. There we go. That was the problem. Equals sum B8 to D8. Okay, we're a little bit less dark than average. I was like, huh, That doesn't make sense. Oh, you're right. I did break. Hold up. Okay, I see what I broke. Thank you. Thank you. That's what you meant by that one. Okay. A little bit of manual editing here. Thank you very much, Kairu. That's what you meant. I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you meant over here. 3 and 3. There we go. Hello, Asim. Oh yeah, the coat should be gone. The coat should be gone. Yes, Asim. I did a whole lecture on Machiavelli in context, and then we took a dark triad test together as a community, and I'm doing analytics on it. I'm doing a little bit crude analytics on it at the moment. Just a little bit of crude analytics. Yeah. Come on, do the test, man. It turns out that I'm kind of unremarkable. If you did the test 10 times, probably have 10 different results. Yeah, that happens. Yes, so Orc Florist, you had 1.8. What was Mango's? Yeah, Mango's score is very funny. Mango's score is extremely funny. Average should not be picking up. Yes, it's picking up B14 now. Mostly that it doesn't seem like it's that far off of average. It seems like we are fairly far off of average on where this community seems to be more Machiavellian and less narcissistic than average for Americans. I am a little bit curious about something here, which is... Hello, Midori. I have, this is something I'm curious about. Yes. I apologize if I don't know whether or not you stream. Yes. Space, I don't think you... Would you say it's Space you stream these days? Orc Florist, I know streams. Ubume is a streamer. Vex is definitely a streamer. So, yes, that's about it. Okay, so would you want me to count you as yes or no right now, Space? Haven't you streamed Orc Florist? Am I losing my mind, or am I mixing you up with somebody else? I really thought I saw you stream before. I really thought I saw you stream before. I'll remove it. You are right. I'm sorry. I'm getting one guide here. Alm says nominally a streamer. I'll count Space, because Space, this is the thing I've learned from you, Space, from doing this, is that you are a lot more pedantic than I thought you were. Okay. Streamer average, so equal average if so then we're going to do A17. Oh, hold on, let's A17 to A1111 comma criteria yes comma C17 to C1111. Okay. Dang it. Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna screw this. That's harder to fix. That's the hard way to fix this. Okay, that's the easier way to fix this. There we go. There we go. So now we're looking at, these are just the streamer scores, and this is something I suspected I would see, but interesting. Okay, Asim. Yeah, I'm out here dividing by 0. Yeah, Asim, you can either just write the numbers in here, or you can put a screenshot in our server. I'm kind of curious about yours as well, Lowen. But yes, so this is actually something I expected. I expected streamers to be more narcissistic. I did expect streamers to be more narcissistic. Didn't really have a prediction about Machiavellianism, but it does appear this about the same difference, that streamers are less Machiavellian. Okay, Asim. Asim 4, 3, 1.9. And Asim. Okay, so far nobody has broken the stranglehold on the top scores established by early test takers. Yeah, the wording is malicious. It's not nice. It's not nice. It is not nice. And some those. So yeah, the difference. Space. Space. Is there something else that people would like me to test while I'm thinking about this? Oh no, ads are starting soon. I can't snooze them. Shit. Shit. Oh, sorry for swearing, but the ads are starting. It says the ads are starting soon on the ad manager, but I don't see them. There we go. I'm going to use the bathroom, I guess. That was annoying. Whoop. 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 Glasses back on, coat back off. There we go. And put you away. There we go. There we go. Womp womp. Lowen, I've added in Lowen and Asim and Ixmidori, and Lowen and Asim are dragging us back closer to average. Streamers are less different than the average for my community. Though I guess I should probably put it in streamer diff. So let's actually do it minus the global mean. Okay, so actually a little bit less narcissistic than the average for the world, but less so than my community. Less so for my community. I honestly kind of expected this. Like this makes theoretic sense to me that it makes theoretic sense to me that the average for within Twitch in particular, it makes sense to me that the people who would be viewing would be less narcissistic than the people who would be deliberately putting themselves on display. That makes intuitive sense to me. No, Lowen, you're good. You're good. You're very unpsychopathic. Let's go for it. Let's go for it. I'm gonna start hiding some things though, just to make it a little bit easier to look at on your end. Overwatch. So yes, I don't actually know all that many. Space. I know Jarfy doesn't. I know you and I doesn't. Vex. In the streamer category? I mean, it's possible. It's possible. So let's take this and just change it to A and Y and then Overwatch. I'm not gonna keep you in there. Totally not trying to find people for it. I'm actually surprised you don't play Asim. I would say like if you've played it for more than, let's call it 20 hours lifetime. Let's call it 20 hours. What the hold on, what the hell are you doing, Vex? Vex, you're literally live. What the hell are you doing? All right. Okay, then Jarfy is, and I'll count a seam. You're literally live right now, Vex. Okay, so Mango, and Kairu. Ha ha ha. I don't think it's moving things very much. Now it's uninstalled. All right. Orc Florist is counting as yes. I think that we're getting mud. I think we're getting mud here now. So far it looks like and this is global mean. So looks like Overwatch players are more Machiavellian and much less narcissistic and less psychopathic. Less psychopathic. Significantly less psychopathic than average. Probably 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 because Orc Florist is in and he has spiders Georging it the hell. I think it's Mango and Spiders I think there are two Spiders Georges here of Mango and Orc Florist both being players. And let's just take a look at let's take a look at the high psychopathy. So Mura, Alm, Wandy, the neutral zone, former Diamond Zenyatta maid. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I already counted you, Asim. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, our most psychopathic people are Mura and you and I. So. Space neutral zone. You're at 4.6 though, Space. You are less psychopathic. You are less psychopathic. You are just much more Machiavellian. But yeah, okay. Honestly, I'm kind of amused that the Overwatch is not even more Machiavellian, but it's very funny that it's like way less narcissistic. Not surprised autism pings a psycho. I'm not too surprised either, to be honest. I'm not too terribly surprised either. I feel like we could present this data a little bit better. This is currently a mess. This is currently a mess. I can make this better. I can make this better. Cheddarino, you're in the way. Insert rows above. Insert rows above. Yeah, nobody got full try. Okay, Mura kind of did. What would we like them rounded to? I tend to leave rounding alone because I'm a lunatic. I tend to leave rounding kind of alone, but I can... Let's clamp it at... let's just clamp it at... Let's just be lazy. Because Murray got 10.5 total. So let's just do 2 digits. Yeah. Like it's monies. Okay. And let's see. Let's call it community diff. Community mean. And let's see if this breaks things. Okay. Okay, that doesn't break things. Streamer average. And let's get you over here. Oh, there we go. Okay, this is starting to feel a little less obnoxious to look at. Okay. So, or maybe I should do it like this. Insert row above, global mean. Dang it. And actually, let's consolidate some things here. Streamer diff. Overwatch diff. There we go. We're getting there. It's starting to look like a decent sort of spreadsheet. Delete rows, because I want to do something here. Streamer diff. And then let's go through the diffs and let's put a color grade on these. Let's put a color grade on these. Formats, conditional color scale. Yeah. No, min we want green. And max we want red. Okay. So this is deeply funny. This is deeply funny. Though I think I might change the conditional. I'm gonna change the conditional because it's a little bit of an unfair one. So color scale, I'm just gonna remove the G column from it. So okay, so okay. Bar chart or line chart? Line chart. Why am I even asking? Line chart. Line chart. Line chart and points and lines. No, that's the transpose of what I want. As a transpose of what I want. Okay, we can do this better. So streamer average. So I'm going to paste special transpose. No. Paste special. So values only. Where's values only? Values, no, dang it. Paste special, transpose, values only. Liberation serif. And so that's not transpose at all. Whatever. I can deal with this. I can deal with this. Transpose. There we go. And now let's insert line chart. Points and lines. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Yes. I did it. Let me move it, you bastards. Yes. So though I might change that to Americans, community, viewers, chat, streamers, Overwatch players. Americans, chat, streamers, Overwatch players. Yeah, we should have government by Overwatch players. We should have government by Overwatch players. That's what I've learned here. This will fix all of our problems, right? If we have government by Overwatch players. Yeah. Okay. Oh, now I feel good. Now I really feel good. So yeah, we should be ruled by orcs. So tonight we're watching Knives Out. 3.5 hours from now. $3.5 hours from now. I've got the DVD. So we're going to be watching Knives Out. if you want to ask me anonymous questions for the stream on Friday, I will be doing anonymous Q&A. I am going to save the spreadsheet, and in fact, I'm going to do it for other tests going forward. Let me save it right now. Whoops, shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. I should hide it before I save it. I'm going to be doing similar analytics on future tests going forward because this was really fun. This is really fun and really funny, and now that I've kind of figured out a format that makes some amount of sense. Yeah, so again, if you have questions, that's the Google form. It is totally anonymous. I am going to do something extremely predictable. What? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Twitch. Sorry, I'm trying to swear less. So what do we want for a raid message? What do we want for a raid message? What do we want for a raid message? There we go. There we go. There we go. Vex is a dear friend. I might be on the server after this. I am not super hungry right now. I do want to cook before stream, but I don't really need to right now. I'll figure it out. Thank you all for being here. This was really fun. I'm really glad I got to do this very good lecture on Machiavelli. Thank you, Koran, for helping with audio and for the inspiration for this. Thank you all for participating in this extremely stupid social scientific experiment that I did at the last second. Yeah, I had a wonderful time. Thank you all so much. You're all so lovely. Have a good night. And see you Friday, 2 p.m. US Eastern. Good night.